The story opens with numerous system alerts flashing across the globe, warning the public of an upsurge in strange phenomena. Along the coastline, fishermen discovered a colossal abalone, so massive that more than 10 people struggled to surround it. Experts believed it to be a mutated organism, possibly a result of nuclear wastewater contamination. In another region, an ancient tree at a renowned tourist location had begun to grow wildly out of control, its roots stretching across kilometers, while deep fissures opened in the earth, likely triggered by a mysterious seismic disturbance. Reports also spoke of gigantic vines descending from the skies, as if ripped straight out of a fantasy novel. In cities across the nation, subway lines had been destroyed, resulting in multiple injuries and fatalities. Yet, despite these alarming updates, the general public remained largely indifferent, brushing it off as sensational news, no different from the infamous zombie bite scare that circulated years before. Outside a local high school, students were gathered, far more absorbed in gossip than global warnings. All conversation ceased, however, when a breathtaking figure strode onto the scene. Chu Qingli, the school's legendary beauty. Murmurs swept through the crowd as students speculated whether she was finally ending her relationship with her current boyfriend. Most assumed she had only been dating him out of pity. After all, Chu Qingli had already secured admission to the prestigious Chingchong University, while her boyfriend hadn't even qualified for a mediocre college. Their futures appeared drastically mismatched. Chu Qingli walked up to Fong Yi and called his name. Curious, he turned to face her. With a cold, composed expression, she declared that she had reevaluated their relationship and found it unrealistic. According to her, high school romances often reached a stage where incompatibilities became too obvious. Love, she said, wasn't enough. Real life required compatibility, courage, and long-term alignment, so it was best to end things now. Secretly, she believed no matter what he said to win her back, it would all be in vain. Fong Yi remained silent. Observing his emotionless response, the onlookers assumed he was in shock, too devastated to react. Given Chu Qingli's status, many expected him to beg for another chance, maybe even break down in tears. But as they watched, they realized he was just another ordinary student who had foolishly reached for someone far beyond his league. A toad dreaming of a swan. Then, with a calm demeanor, Fong Yi accepted the breakup. The crowd was stunned. So was Chu Qingli. Seeing nothing left to say, he turned and walked away. Panicked, she called after him. Fong Yi turned, his eyes sharp and focused, and asked what she wanted. Anger flared in her gaze. She snapped that she didn't care what he was thinking or planning, and made it clear she would never get back together with him. He calmly stared back and told her not to flatter herself. She wasn't some untouchable school goddess. Her eyes widened in shock, and a faint blush spread across her face. The crowd was left speechless by Fong Yi's unexpected reaction. But he knew that none of them could comprehend what was coming. The values they held, status, wealth, education, would soon become irrelevant. They were clueless to the truth. Fong Yi had returned from a destroyed future, reborn in this timeline. To him, Chu Qingli now felt like someone from a distant, irrelevant past. Without looking back, Fong Yi left the school grounds. He had more important concerns. In a world teetering on collapse, popularity and young romance meant nothing. What truly mattered now was the impending calamity that threatened all life on Blue Star. It had all started the night before. Fong Yi had awoken to see strange fractures in the air, like glimpses into another reality. Fragments of the future. That's when the system appeared. A notification stated that aura recovery had been detected. Complete activation would occur in 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes. When that countdown ended, the world would be transformed beyond recognition. At first, Fong Yi was baffled. Ethereal figures flickered before him as the system explained that the foundations of society would be reshaped. A new era was approaching, the age of cultivation, where strength defined value. Curious, Fong Yi reached out and asked who was speaking. A bright light began to coalesce in front of him. A system interface emerged, revealing it had originated from the edge of the universe, carrying algorithms integrated with cosmic truths. Its purpose was to create cultivation techniques derived from spiritual materials the host came into contact with. At that moment, the number of registered techniques was 0. When Fong Yi reached for the interface again, he was shocked as his hand passed through it. Suddenly, a monstrous beast appeared and let out an earth-shattering roar. Fong Yi froze, eyes wide in horror. Inside the creature's maw was a human corpse. The system explained that this was his destined end as an ordinary person. The same fate billions on Blue Star would soon share. Fong Yi's chest tightened with dread. Fear gripped him. He thought back to his previous life, an ordinary man struggling through chaos. He had watched his country collapse, seen humanity suffer, and ultimately met a cruel death at the hands of monsters. His final moments were filled with pain, fury, and a burning thirst for revenge. Now his eyes burned with fierce determination. Perhaps that yearning for vengeance was the reason the system had chosen him, why he had been granted this second chance, a full year before aura recovery began. Reaching out once more to the system fragments, Fong Yi vowed to exploit every anomaly the aura caused. The system launched a new evaluation. His eyes gleamed as the message read, "System link successful." A new path had opened. Anything in existence could now serve as cultivation material. His mission was to acquire powerful techniques and grow stronger, to prevent the world's collapse. Across the city, citizens were being warned. Humanity was facing an unprecedented crisis. The past held no answers. Survival would now depend on individual strength. While most were still in disbelief, Fong Yi remained composed. He checked his phone and scrolled through alerts. The government had yet to officially confirm or deny the incidents, but it was clear they were encouraging people to prepare. This was Shia Nation's subtle method of alerting the public. Fong Yi knew that once news like this went viral, it couldn't be ignored. He recalled how his nation had quietly handled chaos in his previous life, maintaining calm while neighboring countries fell into disorder. Then he remembered the system's words, everything could be used. That meant he needed to find the locations where anomalies had already begun. One trending headline caught his attention. Ching-Chong University had reported its highest ultraviolet index in over 100 years. A heat advisory warned freshmen to take precautions and wear sunscreen. Most people dismissed it as a publicity stunt, assuming the school was exaggerating for attention. After all, temperatures that high could be deadly, surely it was an exaggeration. Fong Yi looked up at the sky above him. It was fully clouded. He used a UV meter and saw a reading of 0. Confused, he wondered how conditions could be so drastically different when the university was only a 15-minute drive away. Online photos showed the campus bathed in blazing sunlight. Registration continued, but the north gate was closed due to the heat, while other gates remained open. Fong Yi smirked. He knew this wasn't a marketing gimmick. While others misunderstood the phenomenon, he saw clearly. This was his first true opportunity. Changing into clean clothes, Fong Yi made his way to Ching-Chong University. Students shielded themselves with umbrellas. The trees had wilted, their leaves scorched by heat. Fong Yi headed toward the north gate, where the crowd was thinnest. Something was clearly happening there. As he approached, shimmering ashes began to fall from the sky. Students screamed and fled, afraid of being burned. Fong Yi calmly took a seat. He extended a hand and let the ash touch his skin. Instantly, it glowed. The system detected an intense yang attribute fluctuation and initiated a data template. Energy surged into his body, searing him with unbearable pain. A brilliant light burst from him. Students nearby shielded their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. The energy ignited his clothes. Fong Yi grit his teeth, holding his head as agony overtook him. He wasn't sure if the system had completed its process. Felt like dying. Finally, a system message appeared. Compilation complete. Fong Yi had gained a yang attribute cultivation method, golden sun breathing technique. Later, new student registration resumed at Ching-Chong University. Fong Yi's ex-girlfriend arrived at the entrance. A boy offered to carry her suitcase. Soon, more boys swarmed, hoping for her attention, but she declined them all coldly. She glanced over at a couple nearby with disdain. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling golden light exploded in the distance, stunning everyone. A loudspeaker instructed all students to avoid the north gate. Her expression turned serious. Determined, she headed toward the source of the commotion. At the north gate, golden energy lit up the area like a sunrise. Through the swirling smoke, a shadowy figure emerged. He exhaled deeply. His eyes radiated with a fierce, golden glow. A system window suddenly appeared before Fong Yi, announcing that he had successfully created a new technique and earned 50 points. Staring at the screen, he wondered what those points were for. But after a moment of thought, he decided not to dwell on it. Their purpose would likely become clear in the future. For now, there were more pressing matters. Night fell. A strange, otherworldly moon loomed in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the city. Under its light, Fong Yi quietly began practicing the golden sun breathing technique he had obtained. His breathing steadied, energy surged, and his body absorbed the aura around him. By morning, the sky was bright, and a mysterious energy had begun to spread across the university. A few students noticed something odd. The sun dimmed for a moment, and the air grew unusually cool. Curious and unsettled, they rushed to the north gate. There, a large crowd had already gathered, murmuring anxiously. The university dean arrived at the scene, visibly agitated. He demanded to know why everyone had ignored the urgent warning to avoid this area. As the crowd made way, a hooded figure with a solemn expression stepped forward. Calmly and firmly, the figure instructed the dean to block off the entire north gate. No one was to enter. At that very moment, Fong Yi received a new system notification. The polluted zone had been successfully purified. That single message told him something important. The government already knew about these abnormal areas. That meant there were others like him, individuals aware of what was really happening. Then, an emergency broadcast echoed across campus, declaring that no one was allowed inside the restricted area. Fong Yi understood instantly. Things had escalated. Whatever had just occurred was now being taken seriously. Students gasped and whispered among themselves. They spotted figures in uniform moving in. Were they military? From the rooftop, Fong Yi watched the chaos unfold below. His red eyes gleamed. The commotion had drawn too much attention. It was time to disappear. With one silent leap, he launched himself off the building and vanished from view. On the ground, the mysterious hooded figure slowly walked across the shattered pavement, scanning the surroundings. The ground was fractured from the recent surge of power. The figure knelt down and gently touched the earth, closing their eyes to sense for lingering energy traces. Picking up a piece of the broken ground, they examined it intently, studying its texture and warmth. After a moment, they narrowed their eyes in realization. This phenomenon wasn't natural, someone had caused it. Meanwhile, security personnel began ushering students out of the area. From a distance, Chu Qingli watched everything unfold. When she heard the rumors that a single individual had triggered the entire event, she was stunned. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a lone figure moving swiftly away. For a brief moment, she wondered, could it be Fong Yi? But she quickly shook the thought from her head. With his academic record, there was no way he could have even gotten into this school, much less be the one behind all this. Far away, back in Fong Yi's modest apartment, the sun was setting. He lay on his bed, exhausted. Despite taking a cold shower, his body still radiated heat. The aftereffects of his cultivation were stronger than expected. He sighed. Sleep wouldn't come easy tonight, and more importantly, he couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of unease. Someone may have noticed him. To distract himself, he grabbed his phone and began scrolling through trending news stories. One headline stood out, a public statement from the Cultivation Association. Fong Yi raised an eyebrow. In his past life, this group had been dismissed as a meme, a joke on the internet. Nobody had taken it seriously. But after today's events, he wasn't so sure anymore. He thought back to the hooded people at the university. They had clearly known something. Could they have been part of this association? Curious, he tapped the article and began reading. It detailed the various stages of cultivation, from the Ghost Act level all the way to the final Transcendent realm. In the comments section, users mocked the post, calling it fiction. But Fong Yi wasn't laughing. Not anymore. In his previous life as a regular citizen, he had remained completely unaware of this hidden world. Now, the pieces were starting to fall into place. Sitting upright on his bed, he decided to test the technique again. Closing his eyes, he began to regulate his breathing. Energy flowed. His body heated up. Within seconds, beads of sweat ran down his face. A golden aura wrapped around him. He began to levitate off the floor, his body glowing in the darkness. His transformation had begun. The first step was strengthening his physical form, to become a vessel capable of holding the powers of heaven and earth. His inner energy formed the image of a radiant golden axe. His eyes flared with light, and a triumphant smile curled across his lips. The system chimed again. He had officially reached the Doka level. Another 50 points were awarded. This time, Fong Yi didn't ignore the points. He opened the system interface, which informed him that a new path had become available. Points could now be used to embed compiled data into physical items, essentially item enchantment. Curious, he looked around the room. His eyes settled on a nearby mug. With a wave of his hand, golden light poured toward the mug. The system prompted him. Would he like to use 1 point to infuse the Yang attribute into the object? It was a simple idea but powerful. A regular item, infused with spiritual energy. He imagined how much more potent this could be with a real weapon. A proper blade, charged with his Yang energy, could become a unique tool for survival. He searched his shelves and found a small decorative sword. If this experiment worked, he'd invest in a real weapon. The time to prepare for future threats was now. Just as he focused on the sword, a strange sound outside the apartment broke his concentration. A scratching noise. Something was out there. Unbeknownst to Fong Yi, a terrifying creature had already arrived. Cloaked in darkness, the mutated beast watched his window from the shadows. Glowing red eyes, razor claws, jagged teeth. It looked like a giant rabbit, but corrupted and demonic. Inside, Fong Yi felt something was off. Still warm from cultivation, he rubbed his temples and listened carefully. The noise continued. It sounded like a rat. Maybe something in the pipes? Maybe a neighbor's pet? He walked through the living room, reminding himself that his hearing had evolved. He could now pick up even the faintest sounds. Still, something didn't sit right. His instincts were screaming. He approached the front door cautiously. As he opened it, his eyes widened in horror. A massive, red-eyed beast stood before him, its claws ready to strike. A surge of fear and recognition hit him. He knew this creature from his past life. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, a drone flew across the skyline. On a tall rooftop, a girl with a lollipop stood, watching the streets below. She sighed in annoyance. They still hadn't captured the mutated rabbit that had eaten a rare spiritual fruit. Calmly, she instructed her team to continue sending updates. Then, without warning, she leapt off the building. Her body sliced through the wind as she descended through the towering cityscape. Eyes glowing, she sensed the creature's location. She was closing in. Landing gracefully on a rooftop, she began sprinting toward the energy source. A voice in her earpiece confirmed. Continue pursuit, no matter the cost. She dashed forward, warning her team that the rabbit had consumed a rare item and could evolve further. Elsewhere, a man working late spotted something blur past his window. He blinked in disbelief, but his supervisor yelled at him to focus. Above them all, the huntress stood silhouetted by the moon, watching from the 65th floor. Back in the apartment, Fong Yi faced the creature. The beast shrieked and lunged, but Fong Yi didn't flinch. His golden eyes narrowed. His body had already adapted. The beast struck with its claws, but Fong Yi dodged, analyzing its movements in real time. Everything felt slower. His reflexes, enhanced by Yang energy, allowed him to counter precisely. He wondered why such a creature had appeared this early. It wasn't fully evolved. but its instability made it even more dangerous. With the entire building at risk, he had no choice. He charged at the monster, grabbing it mid-air with a glowing hand. Radiant energy burst from his palm as he spun the creature and slammed it into the wall. He spotted a weakness, its tail. Reacting quickly, he seized the tail and hurled the creature through the window. Glass shattered. His fist ignited with solar energy. Golden light erupted as he struck the beast midair. The monster tried absorbing the blast through its claws. But Fong Yi realized it was attempting to steal his yang energy. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed more power. The sunlight was too pure, too strong. The rabbit couldn't handle it. A brilliant explosion followed. Next door, a couple woke up in panic. The man ran to the window, confused. Nothing appeared out of place. Inside the ruined apartment, Fong Yi landed amidst the golden afterglow. His breathing slowed. At his feet lay the monster's eyeball, now rolling and leaking black smoke. With no hesitation, he crushed it underfoot. The threat was gone. He knew this night-dwelling beast had been drawn to his opposite energy. Had he been an ordinary man, the creature would have destroyed everyone in the building. But now things were different. He had to master more techniques. Stronger enemies would come. Under the moonlight, the mysterious girl sprinted toward the site. She arrived moments later and was stunned by what she saw. The creature had already been killed. Kneeling beside the remains, she reached out, only to jerk her hand back in pain. The golden energy was still present. Familiar. She had felt this exact aura before. At the north gate of the university. This was no coincidence. Activating her communicator with a sharp, focused look, the silver-haired girl reported to her base that the target had been neutralized, not by her, but by an unidentified, highly capable forerunner. A voice came through on the other end, asking if this was the same person who had cleared the university gate and slain the mutated rabbit. A male officer confirmed they had no intel on this individual yet, and the organization needed to track him down and recruit him immediately. The girl agreed without hesitation. She carefully gathered the residual golden flames, sealing them into a specialized container strapped to her uniform. Then, her superior issued a direct order. Cancel all other operations and focus solely on locating the unknown forerunner. Calm and unfazed, the mysterious hunter unwrapped the lollipop she'd been holding and popped it into her mouth. She acknowledged the command and promised to comply. But before diving into the assignment, she casually added that she'd be stopping for a milk tea first. The voice on the other end muttered in disbelief, wondering just who this new powerhouse really was. She smiled faintly and replied that even the president had been right. Whoever this person was, they had to meet him. Elsewhere, the sun began to rise over the city. Fong Yi opened his eyes, stretching his body in preparation for the day. He had no time to waste. He knew early morning was the best time to build strength, so he jumped straight into his training. Activating the golden sun breathing technique, he drew in the radiant energy of the morning sky. His body responded instantly. His eyes began to glow with golden light as the familiar flow of power surged through him. As he stepped further into the Ghost Axe realm, a wave of energy crashed into him unexpectedly. His body trembled from the force. He clenched his fists, channeling the overwhelming power, trying to stabilize it. Concentrating, he summoned his spiritual weapon, the key axe. This time, it felt much lighter in his grip. Confident, he raised it high overhead and unleashed a powerful strike. With that swing, he broke through into the two-star Ghost Axe realm. A tremendous blast of energy erupted from the impact zone. His body felt denser, stronger, and more refined. He realized the leftover energy from his last breakthrough had accelerated his growth, but moving too fast was risky. From now on, he would take a steadier path, building strength methodically. Still, the sheer intensity of his advancement hadn't gone unnoticed. He needed to find a more secluded spot to continue training. At that same moment, back at the Cultivation Association headquarters, a man monitoring atmospheric data noticed something strange. The sun's energy had shifted again. He frowned and muttered, "It must be him. Again." Meanwhile, Fong Yi had relocated to a quiet riverbank to experiment with his next move. A system interface appeared, and he confirmed his decision to add a new trait to his weapon. He remembered trying this once before, but the item he used had failed to contain the power. This time, the bond was smooth. The new blade connected perfectly with his energy. A confirmation popped up. Encoding successful. Eager to see the results, Fong Yi raised the sword and swung it. The weapon roared to life, unleashing a blinding golden beam that streaked across the sky. When it landed, flames clung to the blade, and power surged through his arms. One swing nearly triggered a wildfire. The smoke was thick and heavy, rising high. No doubt someone would notice. Sure enough, the silver-haired girl from earlier darted through the sky toward the smoke. She cursed under her breath. She'd only left for one moment, and now she'd missed everything. But then she stopped dead in her tracks. The river below was boiling. Floating over the scorched zone, she scanned the area. The power residue was overwhelming. She could already imagine the scolding she'd get from her superiors. Ever since this newcomer appeared, chaos had followed. Her train of thought was interrupted by another golden flash. Far in the distance. Her eyes widened. She immediately felt it. This shouldn't be possible. In a single day, this unknown figure had advanced from 1-star to 2-star Ghost Axe realm, and even forged a spirit weapon. The association only possessed 2 such items, and the crafting method was still a mystery. Her thoughts raced. How did he accomplish this alone? Still doubting herself, she set aside her questions and focused on damage control. Elsewhere, Fong Yi examined his sword, now infused with Yang energy. Yet he still wasn't satisfied. If the system could embed traits into items, then he could do more. He began strategizing how to stack additional abilities onto the weapon. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from an unknown number. He'd forgotten all about staying off the radar. The message invited him to join a pioneer group. What shocked him most was that official membership required at least Ghost Axe realm strength. The sender informed him of a newly discovered pollution zone, perfect for a field hunt. Fong Yi replied, asking for details. The location: Shadow River, home to the lava dragon. The area was covered in lava and aligned perfectly with his Yang energy. It was a match made in heaven. Seeing it as an opportunity to grow stronger, Fong Yi agreed to join. Over in Binmu district, a small group of cultivators waited patiently. They were expecting an old friend of Lee's to arrive. One member complimented the detailed map the blonde girl had provided. It made navigating to the site a breeze. She thanked them for coming and reminded everyone they'd need to work as a team. She was a proud member of the Cultivation Association, backed by the government. It had taken serious effort and family favors to get in. She had no intention of failing this mission. That's why she was disappointed by the overall weakness of the group. Suddenly, one of the men pointed at a figure approaching in the distance. "Hey, it's Fong." Fong Yi walked forward confidently, his newly upgraded sword glowing faintly at his side. He introduced himself, and the blonde agent was momentarily stunned. She could sense his aura. It radiated warmth and strength, not intimidation. Still, she kept her guard up. Now that the full team was present, the blonde agent, Xia, signaled for the mission to begin. They moved toward the entrance of a deep cave. Fong Yi stepped up to lead, politely asking Xia to handle lighting support. As they moved inside, someone behind him warned of loose rocks. The cave felt unusually cool for a lava zone. It was strange. As they pushed deeper, Fong Yi quietly reflected on how quickly the group had accepted him. He could feel their unity, forged through shared hardships. Their trust seemed real. Suddenly, the ground ahead changed color. It was a clear warning. The group soon reached a massive underground chamber. A molten river of lava flowed ahead, glowing with immense energy. Without hesitation, Fong Yi charged forward. Xia called out in alarm, "Don't be reckless." But it was too late. Fong Yi plunged his sword straight into the lava. The team screamed. A fiery eruption burst into the air, forcing everyone to retreat. At that moment, the system activated. It began analyzing the anomaly. Fong Yi stood firm as data poured in. The system had identified a new energy trait, inner flame. It had high internal heat and explosive traits. With it came a new ability, the Scarlet Flame Sword technique. Once activated, fire and lightning would wrap around the blade. Without flinching, Fong Yi gripped the sword tightly. His eyes burned. So did the weapon. This technique was perfect for his Tang blade. Below, the rest of the team watched in shock. He was completely unharmed, standing inside the roaring flames. They realized his sword was feeding on the lava itself. He opened his system and used script points to permanently embed the Scarlet Flame trait into the blade. Now, it glowed with a vibrant fiery aura. The flames began to subside. His teammates assumed it was just a failed cultivation attempt. Relief swept through the group as the spiritual energy in the cave stabilized. One member noted how much easier it was to absorb energy now. Another, eager to begin his own journey, called out to Xia. She nodded, urging them to begin cultivating. While they trained, she stood watch. Peace lasted only a moment. Suddenly, Xia turned. She sensed movement at the cave entrance. 3 muscular men entered. One had a glowing red eye and a black eye patch. He stepped forward arrogantly and declared the resource-rich land now belonged to them. Xia's face darkened. She instantly realized all 3 were at the 1-star Ghost Axe level. Her team couldn't match that power. Trying to de-escalate, she remained calm. She explained that her group had arrived first and even offered to share. But the eye-patched leader scoffed and mocked her cultivation level, telling them to leave or face the consequences. Xia's expression hardened. She knew the cruel law of this world. The strong ruled. But she was a representative of the Xia Nations Association. Retreating would mean humiliation. As tensions peaked, Fong Yi stepped forward. Positioning himself between Xia and the intruders, his sword shimmered with flame. His voice was cold. "Don't you have anything better to do than threaten a woman?" The man wearing the eye patch was left speechless by Fong Yi's words. But before he could muster a response, Fong Yi acted. With a single motion, he swung his blazing sword through the air. A burst of fiery energy exploded outward, creating a thunderous shockwave that slammed into the 3 intruders, sending them flying backwards. The force of the attack was so immense that it echoed throughout the cave, violently shaking the walls. The overwhelming pressure snapped Fong Yi's teammates out of their meditative state, their eyes shooting open in alarm. As the dust settled, Fong Yi stood tall. His mind drifted back to memories of those who clung to the law of survival of the fittest. He had seen firsthand the devastation caused by those who abused their power without restraint. And now, here he was staring down the same kind of people. People who only respected strength. If strength was what they worshipped, then that was what he would give them. He stepped forward, golden aura radiating from his body. Then, he thrust his sword into the ground, the blade striking the earth with a sharp clang just inches away from the enemy leader's feet. The pressure that followed was suffocating. Fong Yi looked the man in the eye and, without raising his voice, ordered him to leave. The leader was trembling, paralyzed by fear. Sweat ran down his temple as he muttered, You're a monster." Without hesitation, he shouted at his men to retreat, and the 3 of them scrambled away, falling over themselves as they fled deeper into the cave network. The moment they were gone, Fong Yi's team rushed toward him, their eyes wide with admiration and disbelief. Their voices were filled with excitement, praising his strength, asking how he'd done it. But Fong Yi just smiled lightly and said it was time to move on. Without waiting for questions, he walked ahead, and the rest of the team followed. Among them, Xiaoya was silent. Unlike the others, she wasn't swept up in the excitement. Her mind was spinning. She had witnessed Fong Yi's strength before, but now she was convinced. He had been holding back this entire time. He was no ordinary pioneer. He had the strength of a top-tier cultivator. Without a doubt, she needed to report this to the organization. Far away, inside the headquarters of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, a female staff member was on the phone with Xiaoya, listening intently. Her eyes widened as she repeated what she just heard. Shocked, Another high-attribute pioneer has appeared? Realizing she might have said too much, she quickly glanced behind her and saw a towering figure standing silently nearby. She ended the call immediately and turned around, trying to act natural. With a nervous smile, she asked her gray-haired superior, "Aren't we lucky? Two high-attribute pioneers so close together." But the man didn't return her smile. His face was grim. "This has nothing to do with luck," he said firmly. He explained that every time a high-attribute pioneer awakened, they became a new focal point of power, a beacon that would draw attention, conflict, and responsibility. And for every such pioneer that appeared, the weight on their shoulders grew heavier. He wasn't excited. He was preparing for what was to come. Back in the city, Fong Yi strolled through the streets under the bright afternoon sun. He tried to blend in, wearing casual clothes and keeping his sword hidden as best he could. But his aura, his presence, and the way he carried himself made heads turn. Even pretending to be a cosplayer didn't help. He stood out too much. Checking his phone, he frowned. Footage and images from the cave incident had already gone viral. People were speculating wildly. Some claimed a divine cultivator had appeared. Others thought it was a hoax. Fong Yi cursed himself for being too reckless. The surge of inner flame he had released during the breakthrough had drawn too much attention. He wasn't worried about betrayal from his teammates. What concerned him now was the yang energy churning inside him. The pressure was mounting. Another breakthrough was coming, and soon, he had to act fast. He made his way to the back mountain. Within 5 minutes, he arrived at a secluded area, far away from prying eyes. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, a silver-haired girl named Su Qingying, a well-known garden restoration expert, felt a powerful force erupting across the sky. Her eyes widened as she looked up and saw a burst of light that resembled a second sun blazing above the peak. She gasped. She recognized it instantly. Someone was breaking through to the 3-star ghost axe realm. The spiritual energy was massive, too massive. Su Qingying's heart pounded. She had never felt anything like it. Even top-ranked pioneers rarely emitted such overwhelming pressure during a breakthrough. Driven by instinct and professional responsibility, she sprinted toward the source of the power. Whoever this person was, she had to meet him. Meanwhile, high above the mountain, Fong Yi sat in the sky, cross-legged in meditation. He was fully immersed in the breakthrough. Golden energy swirled around him like a vortex. As he breathed, that energy gathered above his head and took the form of a glowing sphere, as brilliant as the sun. Behind him, the swirling aura transformed into a complex star-shaped divine pattern. Sparks of golden and light blue light danced across his skin. His eyes were sharp and glowing, his expression focused and calm. He fought to keep the violent power under control, taming it piece by piece. At last, all the energy condensed into a divine weapon, an enormous axe, glowing with golden and sky-blue energy. It radiated the force of a natural disaster. Su Qingying arrived just in time to witness the scene. She froze, breathless. In front of her, the man levitating in the air was not just powerful, he was terrifying. And yet, his control was flawless. Not a single wisp of aura escaped his grip. Every movement he made was deliberate. Every spark obeyed. She was reminded of her own attempt to break through to the 2-star level. The divine axe she had summoned had nearly torn her body apart. She had coughed blood and collapsed from the strain, bedridden for over a week. Yet this man was breaking into an even higher realm, and he made it look effortless. She stepped closer, heart racing. Her thoughts were in chaos. He's not just a genius. He's something else entirely. A god descended to earth. At that moment, the massive divine axe shifted, preparing to strike. Fong Yi's eyes glowed with brilliant golden light. Cracks of pure energy crawled across his face. The air shook as a golden storm swirled around him. He raised the axe and then brought it down. The weapon smashed into the mountain with a deafening crash. A wave of golden energy exploded outward, ripping through the terrain. Trees were uprooted. Stones shattered. Su Qingying shielded her face with both arms, fighting to stay on her feet. The blast cut a massive trench through the mountainside before finally fading. When she looked again, the man was gone. She fell to her knees, gasping for breath. No way, I missed him again. She had arrived within seconds, and still he'd vanished. A creeping thought began to grow in her mind. He must know. He must know I'm tracking him. If he keeps this up, I'll never be able to catch him. But then she paused. Her eyes landed on an ancient tree nearby. She walked up to it, took a deep breath, and bowed respectfully toward the quiet forest. Senior, if you're still here, may I speak with you? There was silence. Then a figure emerged from the shadows. Hooded, calm, eyes glowing red. Fong Yi. Their eyes met. Neither said a word at first. Su Qing stood straight and formally introduced herself. She stated her full name, her role as captain of the Firefly Squad, an elite team under the Shia Nation Spiritual Practitioners Association, and her position as one of the earliest pioneers. She respectfully offered him a place in the organization. She confessed that she had been following him for 2 days and hoped she hadn't offended him. She spoke carefully, her tone sincere but cautious. Fong Yi gave no immediate reply. His expression was unreadable under the hood. She continued, adding that while the public was still unaware, the association had already completed all necessary preparations. Everything was ready. Now they just needed him. She chose her words with great care. With someone this powerful, a single misstep could ruin everything. But before she could go further, Fong Yi cut her off with a blunt question. Why should I join? His straightforwardness caught her completely off guard. She blinked, stunned. Flowery words wouldn't work here. Not with someone like him. Taking a breath, she decided to tell the truth. She explained that the association's goal was to unite pioneers, to guide, protect, and help them grow. The world was changing fast. Spiritual energy was rising. Chaos was spreading. Without order, disaster was inevitable. She acknowledged that Fong Yi might see the association as a cage. But she asked him to consider the bigger picture. What was coming next would not be something one person could handle alone. After a long silence, Fong Yi leaned against a tree. He looked exhausted, detached. His voice was quiet. I don't plan on joining. I don't trust you. I don't trust your organization. Su Qingying's eyes widened. His rejection hit her harder than she expected. Panicked, she reached into her jacket and pulled out an ID. Holding it up, she reintroduced herself again, adding that before the return of spiritual energy, she had been a nationally known athlete. She'd come second place in the Shia Nation's long-distance championships. She pleaded for him to trust her, not just as a representative, but as someone who had worked hard to stand where she was now. Fong Yi tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. Su Qing, he murmured. The name triggered something. A memory surfaced. A young woman on a podium holding a silver medal. Yes, he remembered her. Her athletic background explained her speed, her strength. She was genuine. But another memory followed, a darker one. In his original timeline, the Shia Nation had failed. Their efforts, including the associations, had crumbled. Humanity had lost everything. He looked back at her with a more thoughtful expression. I remember you, he said. I'll consider it. Before she could respond, he shot into the sky and disappeared. Then, in a blink, he reappeared right behind her. She gasped. He leaned forward slightly and spoke in a low voice. I have one condition. She must keep his whereabouts completely secret. That was his only condition. Fong Yi silently observed Su Qing, evaluating her respectful posture, her careful tone, and her body language. He could tell she was walking a delicate line, one the association likely taught her to maintain when dealing with unaffiliated pioneers. That cautious approach revealed something important to him. The association feared what it couldn't control. And that fear, to Fong Yi, was a weakness, one he could use to his advantage if the time came. Su Qing thought for a moment, then proposed a compromise. Since the association's systems had already detected the breakthrough, she couldn't leave it unreported. However, she offered to submit a modified account, one that mixed truth with falsehood. It would mention the spiritual disturbance, but omit any identifying details about Fong Yi. That way, her superiors would be satisfied, and his identity would remain hidden. Fong Yi paused briefly, then nodded in agreement. But as she tried to call out to him again, he vanished. She bolted down the mountainside, calling after him, hoping to catch just a glimpse, but he was gone. Frustrated and breathless, she eventually gave up and wandered along a narrow forest trail. Her hair clung to her forehead with sweat, and she muttered under her breath about how slippery he was, and how infuriatingly difficult it was to erase the traces he left behind. Even now, faint spiritual echoes still lingered in the air. Her grumbling was interrupted by a voice crackling in her earpiece. "Stop worrying about that lone pioneer. Focus on your current mission." Su Qingying froze, her blood running cold as the next words came through. "The strange creatures. They're back." Her pupils shrank in horror. "Are you sure?" she asked, barely above a whisper. A dark memory surged forward, nightmares she thought she'd buried. She remembered blood-curdling shrieks and the sight of sharp red eyes gleaming in the dark. Wolf-like beasts with matted fur and blood-stained maws had surrounded her squad, tearing into everything they touched. She would never forget the stench, the screams, or the terror they brought. The narration explained what these creatures were. Ruthless, inhuman beings born from heavily polluted zones left behind by the chaotic reawakening of spiritual energy. They weren't natural. They evolved in corruption, feeding on humans, and spreading more contamination with every breath. Some mimicked disasters, earthquakes, floods, hurricanes. Wherever they went, they ripped apart the land, leaving nothing behind but ruin. If left unchecked, they would devour the entire human world. At that very moment, a violent storm struck the city. It wasn't ordinary rain. It was relentless, almost apocalyptic. Thunder cracked the sky open, and lightning lit up the night more than the streetlights. Torrential downpours flooded the roads, and people's phones buzzed nonstop with emergency alerts. The message was clear: extreme weather warning. Everyone was advised to stay inside and avoid mountain regions. One alert specifically mentioned that Yu Huang Mountain had been closed off due to flooding. From their apartment windows, citizens watched with unease. Many admitted they hadn't seen a storm this bad in years. Some even joked nervously that perhaps a deity was undergoing a lightning trial. Others claimed they saw the mountain flashing like it was being repeatedly struck by something unnatural. In the middle of the dark, rain-drenched alley, stood Fong Yi. He watched the sky with a grim expression, the shadow of his hood barely hiding one glowing red eye. Raindrops slid down his coat, but he didn't flinch. The air was thick with power. He could feel it, the charged atmosphere, the overwhelming density of thunder energy. This wasn't a natural storm. It was another anomaly. His eyes scanned the city's horizon until they locked onto a single mountain peak. It was being pounded by lightning again and again. That was no coincidence. That was the storm's center. Without hesitation, Fong Yi sprinted into the rain, leaping over rooftops and scaling buildings with fluid, powerful movements. He raced toward the mountain. At the base of Yu Huang Mountain, the moment he arrived, his system activated and confirmed it. This was a pollution zone. But the mountain no longer resembled its former self. There was no serene landscape, no green trees or clean trails. Instead, twisted, blackened trees stretched upward like claws, and skeletal remains lay strewn across the soaked ground. A new system warning appeared. Pollution level, unknown. Fong Yi didn't stop. With silent resolve, he stepped into the storm. Lightning danced above him like angry serpents. Each step forward brought him deeper into the heart of chaos. As he pushed through the forest, a titanic bolt of blue lightning struck the mountain summit. The sky went white for a moment. He had found the eye of the storm. Inside the Spiritual Practitioners Association's command center, a crisis meeting was underway. A tense voice reported from a console: "Threat level at Mount Yu Huang is rising exponentially." The association's leader didn't hesitate. "Seal off the mountain. Reclassify it immediately as a contamination zone." Turning to Su Qingying, he ordered, "Your other operations can wait. We need you on this." Brief us now. Su Qing stood before the panel of officials and began. Her tone was grave. Climbing the mountain is currently impossible. The thunder energy there has become unstable, nearing detonation levels. The zone is now officially classified as A level. But she didn't stop there. Based on data she'd reviewed, she warned that at this rate, it could escalate to S level within hours. That would trigger their highest emergency protocol. Her report sent a shiver through the room. According to their simulations, the storm's power surpassed even the tolerance thresholds of their elite combatants. No one could enter safely, not even her. The officials looked at one another grimly. Then one man, an older guard in a security uniform, gave the order. Full lockdown. All patrol units, 24-hour rotation. No one in or out. The association leader nodded. We isolate the mountain and pray it calms down. But while they debated safety protocols, Fong Yi was already far beyond the threshold, deep inside the danger zone. Lightning struck all around him in massive arcs. Rain hammered the earth. Wind howled like a banshee. Yet he stood tall, golden energy swirling around him as his breathing technique worked to shield his body. Still, survival alone wasn't enough. He had to reach the top, to the eye of the storm, if he wanted to absorb the thunder energy's true essence. It wouldn't be easy. His fire-based power wouldn't protect him here. This was pure, violent thunder. He couldn't rely solely on his sword. He had to become stronger. The monsters they were dealing with now were only the beginning. Worse things were coming. In his past life, he had seen it all firsthand. If he wanted to survive this time, if he wanted to protect others, he needed more than just brute force. He needed evolution, thunder energy. This was his chance. Drawing his flaming sword, he let out a fierce battle cry and thrust the blade upward, directly into a massive arc of blue lightning. The moment the sword made contact, electricity surged through his body. The pain was immediate and excruciating. His limbs trembled, his muscles spasmed, but his grip never loosened. His face twisted in agony, but his eyes burned with defiance. The storm roared, fought back. The lightning lashed at him like a living creature, trying to rip him apart. It didn't want to be tamed. It wanted to destroy. But Fong Yi stared into the sky and refused to back down. How do I make a storm bow to me? He asked through gritted teeth. Then it hit him. He remembered a rule. To gain a power, you must touch its source. A golden explosion of light burst from him as he activated the golden sun breathing technique. His aura clashed violently with the storm. Fire met lightning. Fong Yi roared and advanced. He hacked through bolts of lightning with his sword, pressing forward, step by step. The two forces collided with deafening booms, shaking the entire mountain. Blood leaked from his mouth. His body was on the brink of collapse. But he knew one thing. This was a breakthrough or death moment. At last, after a brutal climb, he reached the summit. He drove his sword into the rock, splitting it. Lightning circled him like a crown. The energy here was so thick it was hard to breathe. The storm stopped attacking. Now it was watching. And then it struck. A massive, pure white lightning bolt came crashing down, aimed directly at him. It was different from the others. This one was focused, intentional. It was trying to obliterate him. As the bolt hit, Fong Yi's system triggered. Thunder attribute detected, initiating absorption. Elsewhere, in the city, citizens stared in disbelief at the mountain. A giant pillar of light pierced the sky. Phones captured it. Social media exploded. One man whispered, "Is that a divine trial?" Another claimed to have seen a figure standing in the light. Back on the mountain, the chaos ended in a brilliant flash. Fong Yi remained. He stood floating mid-air, his body glowing with alternating layers of golden fire and blue lightning. A new message appeared from the system. Refined divine thunder absorbed, thunder body formed. Heavenly lightning summoning unlocked, +5 writing points. He examined his new form. The thunder attribute wasn't just powerful, it was elite, perfect for offense and defense. While his sun power was ideal for healing and protection, This lightning refined his physical form and enhanced his strength. It became both his spear and his shield. But it was more than that. Thunder was destruction but also purification. It didn't just harm. It renewed. Fong Yi could feel it. His bones had grown denser. His muscles more defined. His body reborn. Then the system offered a new upgrade. Punish evil, critical hits now deal 2x damage. The system asked Fong Yi if he wanted to spend writing points to unlock the Punish Evil upgrade. Gently touching down at the storm's edge, he took a moment to breathe, then pondered his next move. His first instinct was to fuse the newly gained thunder power into his Tang sword. It would drastically increase its potency. But as he considered the risks, hesitation crept in. The sword already housed the sun attribute, and combining too many elements in a single item could cause instability, or worse, corrupt the existing power. He needed a better plan. His eyes shifted to his right hand, still crackling faintly with residual thunder energy. A new idea sparked to life. Instead of altering the weapon, he would embed the attribute directly into his body, into himself. The system responded immediately, requesting confirmation. Apply thunder attribute to selected target. Right hand? With a smirk, Fong Yi gave the command. The surrounding lightning surged violently, converging into his arm. His hand flared with light, absorbing the full essence of the storm. He didn't flinch. This was the price of power, and he would pay it. The next day, the violent storm atop Mount Yu Huang had dissipated. Its once turbulent summit stood strangely calm. At the edge of a high cliff, Su Qing stood beside Major Han Li, surveying a line of covered body bags. The rain had stopped, but the tension lingered. Su Qing gave her report. The contamination level, which had previously been marked as critical, had mysteriously dropped to mild within just 3 hours. Electrical remnants still danced through the air, but the storm's ferocity had vanished. Major Han listened intently. Someone was here, he muttered. He was talking about a seeker, someone who actively chased down anomalous events. Su Qing's eyes widened. Had someone really gone into that monstrous storm and survived? She knelt to inspect the soil but found nothing conclusive. The rain had washed everything clean. Still, her gut told her the storm had been broken from within. Based on energy patterns, she estimated the unknown person had left around 8 p.m. the night before. Major Han nodded. That aligned with the military's timeline. The storm activity had spiked around 6 p.m., and the mountain was sealed at 7 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, everything had plummeted. They stood at the exact place where the lightning had struck hardest. The Major was quiet for a moment, then gave his theory. Whoever entered the zone hadn't just survived. They had tamed the storm. They turned catastrophe into cultivation. But then his voice grew grim. Powerful individuals like that, those with no affiliation, were dangerous. Because no one knew where their loyalty lay. The army had to find him. Fast. Miles away. Completely unaware he'd become the center of a military investigation. Fong Yi sneezed violently on his couch. Back on the mountain, Major Han gave a direct order to his troops. Locate the individual at all costs. For now, the unidentified target would be assigned a codename, the Tyrant. The association quickly moved to suppress any leaks about the event. Major Han commented that a high-level candidate was also attempting to contact the boy. At this, Su Qing flinched subtly. Her superior had figured it out. Yes, she confirmed. He's the same person who cleansed the anomaly at the university gate. Inside, panic began to build. She confessed that she had tried to reach him, but his movements were unpredictable. Not only that, he possessed the ultra-rare solar attribute. She forced herself to remain composed but realized she had no choice but to blend truth and misdirection in her future reports. Upon hearing about the solar power, Major Han became silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he praised her efforts and reminded her that the future of the organization would depend on people like her, those capable of controlling public perception. He announced they would issue fake news reports, disguising spiritual anomalies as natural disasters. Admitting frankly, he said he hated releasing anything that acknowledged the spiritual resurgence at all. Elsewhere, in Fong Yi's apartment, rain poured heavily outside. Calmly seated, he thought through his next steps. He activated the golden sun breathing technique with ease, using it to dry a damp jacket tossed over the couch. Within seconds, the soaked garment was perfectly dry, warm and clean as if fresh from the laundry. He slipped it on and paused. Though the thunder element had settled within his body, he could sense a fundamental change. His right hand, specifically, was now crackling with embedded electricity. The skin had subtly hardened. It was now the strongest part of his body. A grin crept across his face. He could command the violent thunder energy with absolute precision. And the system confirmed his suspicion. The thunder attribute was now delivering 300% more damage to enemies. He recalled the pain he'd endured when he first awakened the solar element. Compared to that, the thunder's aftermath was tame. Then, a soft notification sound chimed from the table. His phone buzzed with an alert. He reached for it, curious. The screen showed a national emergency alert, global level shift imminent. He narrowed his eyes. He knew what that meant. A hidden opportunity. The world called it danger. He called it a chance. One headline immediately caught his attention. Factory explosion causes unusual pollution event. He scrolled through comments. People mentioned a sinister, unnatural smell that lingered in the air, sharp, metallic, choking. His stomach twisted. It was disturbingly familiar. A memory surged forward. He remembered the scent, the horror, a scene from his previous life. Hiding in an alley while a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes devoured civilians one by one. He'd frozen in fear, helpless. That scent had been there. Now, he wondered, was this factory explosion hiding another monster? If so, this one would be far more dangerous than before. Possibly 100 times more powerful. And if he didn't stop it before it evolved further, he stood up. This would be the perfect test for his new thunder-enhanced body. Launching into the night, Fong Yi raced through the city streets. Rain hammered the ground. The world was a blur of lights and reflections. Red traffic signals glowed across the soaked pavement, shimmering like blood. The second one turned green, he was gone, vanished in a blink. At the same time, an extermination squad from the association was already hunting an anomaly codenamed Candle Night. One of the agents reported that it had disappeared into the shadows. It preyed on humans and used the storm as cover. If they didn't act soon, it would feed. The team leader nodded grimly. They couldn't afford failure. Inside the command center, operators updated the database under File 7. The mission had officially been escalated to a B-level threat. A 12-hour deadline was set for containment. The team moved quickly, but safety came first. Rooftop agents raced across buildings, scanning for the creature. One of them muttered how mutations were growing out of control. HQ couldn't keep up. In the middle of coordination, a technician spotted something strange in the city's energy grid. "Hold up," he said. "Something's not right." Moments later, a representative from the Spiritual Energy Association appeared on the main monitor. The wing team had been deployed for reconnaissance and now offered temporary assistance. The extermination squad's leader and his deputy didn't look impressed. On a nearby rooftop, the wing team, led by a silver-haired girl, watched the field agents with thinly veiled disdain. When the extermination leader asked for help tracking the creature, she snapped back coldly. "Is that your way of begging?" He gritted his teeth. "We can't let this anomaly go any further." "Then handle it yourself," she replied. But as she turned to leave, the leader added something quietly. "If we fail, the entire city falls." That got her attention. Moments later, both teams joined on a rooftop and prepared to scan the city together. One hunter activated a special ability, his hand glowing with blue light. The energy expanded into a vortex and launched forward, locking onto the target. Their eyes followed its path until it hit a dark alley. There, inside a damp, shadowy factory, the anomaly fed peacefully, absorbing something foul. It resembled a hunched creature with winged limbs and skin that shimmered with an oily green hue. "Target confirmed," the wing leader said. "Move in." But the monster twitched. It had sensed them. The sabotage squad switched into combat stance instantly. The creature exploded into motion, rushing toward them with frightening speed. East side. Intercept. One hunter yelled. Two others closed in, surrounding it. Another soared through the air, landing a direct strike across its back. But it barely flinched. Digging its claws into the ground, the beast braced itself. The spine glowed. A pulse of dark energy began to surge through its body. "Retreat!" the squad leader shouted. Too late. The creature roared and unleashed a wave of black sonic force. It slammed into the agents, hurling them back. Smoke and dust erupted from the alley. One hunter helped the squad leader up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he said, coughing. "But this thing, it's stronger than we thought." The monster spread its jagged wings. Its throat charged with eerie green light. Then it released a concentrated energy beam into the ground. Corrosive liquid pooled beneath it, glowing faintly. One agent shouted that it was trying to burrow underground. "Hold formation," the leader ordered. "We're collecting combat data." Weapons drawn, the agents prepared for round 2. Then red eyes opened in the dark. The creature struck from above, taking out an agent instantly. The others leapt back, the wing team leader yelling, "Don't let it escape!" The monster soared into the storm, gliding through the city skyline, trailing green mist. The teams regrouped on another rooftop, preparing to chase it. But then one of the girls paused. Her eyes narrowed. "Wait," she said. "Something's off." Inside the abandoned factory, she begins measuring the spiritual energy levels in the area. The blonde-haired man asked for a status update. The girl responded calmly, noting that just moments earlier, the anomaly's energy level had been at 40. But now, her scanning device showed it spiking beyond 80, climbing fast. Her eyes widened in alarm. This wasn't just one anomaly. As realization dawned, a second creature emerged from the darkness. Shock rippled across the group. The girl and the other squad leader froze in disbelief, unable to process what they were seeing. "It's a trap!" the man shouted, panic setting in. "Everyone retreat now!" Without hesitation, the young woman fired a focused beam of energy toward the factory's gate. "If we combine our power," she called out, "we can force it open again." But as her beam hit the gate, something was wrong. She paused mid-cast. A strange green mist crept in around her feet. She immediately raised her hands to form a shield, but it was too late. The poison had already entered her system. Her body trembled as her strength began to fade. She collapsed to the floor, coughing. The others didn't respond. No one came to help. She was alone, trapped in the ruins of the decaying factory. Her thoughts raced as she realized the terrible truth. The previous creature, the decoy, had led them straight into another monster's domain, a true apex predator's lair. And then she saw it. From the dense fog, a towering serpent with glowing green eyes slithered into view. It rose high above the ground, coiling its immense body, venom mist pouring from its scales. The girl gasped, her lungs tightening. Her strength was leaving her rapidly. She knew she needed a barrier, some kind of defense. But her energy reserves were completely drained. Her legs gave out and she crumpled to the floor. This might really be the end, she thought bitterly, her vision fading. Then, a beam of brilliant light shattered the factory ceiling. Her eyes, heavy with fatigue, shifted toward the breach above. A powerful blast followed the light, blasting apart part of the ceiling. Rubble rained down from above. Amid the chaos, a dark figure descended through the opening. A silhouette stepped through the dust and debris with controlled force. Her eyes widened in awe. He landed with grace and precision. Boots hit the ground with a heavy thud. Standing tall, calm, and focused, he faced the threat before him without hesitation. "So, a shadow-type anomaly, huh?" he muttered, drawing his sword. The massive serpent let out a thunderous roar, jaws spreading wide in challenge. From behind, the winged beast that had previously attacked returned, launching an aerial ambush. But Fong Yi reacted instantly, spinning and delivering a crushing kick that sent the winged monster spiraling through the air. Still, it managed to clamp its fangs onto his shoulder. Unfazed, he looked down at the biting creature. "What's with the biting? You got a fetish or something?" With a scowl, he unleashed pure thunder power from his hand. A yellow burst of lightning erupted, surging through his arm and into the creature's body. The air cracked violently as the current exploded outward, blowing the rat-like creature away. Turning to the serpent, he asked coldly, "Afraid of fire?" The serpent lunged with terrifying force, jaws spread wide in a feral scream. Fong Yi flipped through the air, dodging the strike with practiced agility, then countered with a precise slash from his glowing golden blade. He landed and calmly addressed the beast again. "Then keep your eyes on this." The radiant blade pulsed with thunder energy. The serpent hesitated, sensing the danger, coiled back, wary of the weapon's light. Fong Yi took that moment to strike. Soaring forward, he slashed at the serpent's head. The blue lightning-infused blade carved deep into its skull. But then something unexpected happened. The head split open, not from the force of the attack, but like a snake shedding its skin. The outer layer peeled away, and a second, fully formed head emerged from beneath. Fong Yi landed, stunned for a brief moment. The transformation was bizarre. The serpent had simply discarded its wounded head, revealing its rejuvenated true form. Green light surged from its throat, healing and strengthening it. The battle wasn't over. As the serpent roared in pain and fury, residual lightning coursed through its massive frame. The beast writhed, overwhelmed by the storm energy trapped inside it. Fong Yi watched, his eyes sharp, reading the creature's agony. He had the upper hand. He'd sensed from the beginning that this serpent's darkness far surpassed that of Candle Night. But now it was confirmed, and his plan had worked. When he slashed, he hadn't used the full force of his flame. Instead, he used the sword as a conductor, channeling thunder directly from his hand into the serpent's body. Candle Night had been strong, but this serpent was something more smarter, more vicious. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his shoulder. He winced, teeth clenched, as he noticed something alarming. Purple snake-like scales spreading around the bite wound. His suspicions were correct. This serpent species wasn't just mutated, it was intelligent. The venom, passed to him through the rat-like creature's bite, was meant to paralyze its target without warning. Silent and deadly. Yet, instead of collapsing, Fong Yi felt his internal energy stir. The golden sun breathing technique began working, resisting the venom's spread. His yang flame fought against the corruption while thunder energy cleansed the toxin at its source. He remained still, focused, observing. This dual energy combo was potent. Not only did it protect his body, but it acted as an alarm system, detecting intrusions like venom immediately. He considered himself lucky. Anyone else would have been dead by now. The serpent had likely grown so massive by luring prey and ambushing them in pairs. A two-beast hunting system, one to distract, the other to strike. And it had worked until now. The image of skulls piled inside a den flashed in his mind. Elite pioneers had fallen for this exact tactic. But not him. As the serpent's body finally crumbled into scorched ash beneath his holy flames, Fong Yi let out a slow breath. It was finished. The final blow, delivered with triple critical thunder energy, had shattered the creature. He was victorious. His strength was now clearly equal to high-ranking pioneers. He took a quiet moment, watching the last of the flames flicker out. Just as he turned to leave, his hand shot out instinctively. He sensed something. Turning, he caught sight of a figure stumbling through the smoke. Coughing, ash-covered, but alive. It was Su Qingying. She stood at the edge of the battlefield, exhausted but still conscious. Around her lay the bodies of her teammates, still out cold. Fong Yi narrowed his eyes, immediately assessing the situation. "You don't have to fake it," he said casually. She froze, caught. Her attempt to act unconscious hadn't fooled him. She blushed, embarrassed, and tried to cover her face. The smell woke me up," she mumbled awkwardly. Fong Yi didn't buy it. You saved a bit of spiritual energy to protect yourself. Clever. The others were completely drained. You weren't. Su Qingying could only nod. He'd figured out everything down to the smallest detail. She really had kept a small energy reserve, just in case. What surprised her more was how easily he had taken down both creatures, Candle Knight and the Serpent. Seeing her nervous expression, Fong Yi softened his tone. Don't hide. Just be honest with me. And keep this meeting between us. She nodded silently. Once he confirmed that her team would survive, he turned away, ready to leave. Wait, she called out. But he was already moving. With a grin, he replied, if I told you everything now, it'd ruin the mystery. He leapt through the hole in the ceiling, vanishing into the night sky. Racing across rooftops, Fong Yi reflected on the battle and on her. He was relieved Su Qingying hadn't tried absorbing the dark energy. He still remembered the foul sensation of it. He wondered briefly why he couldn't absorb it himself. Maybe it had already dissipated. Or maybe his body just rejected it. Either way, it wasn't important now. Back in the ruined factory, Su Qingying looked up through the hole he had left behind. Moonlight streamed in, casting shadows over the scene. She let out a soft sigh. She hadn't even seen his full face. And more importantly, he still didn't trust her. Snapping back into commander mode, she walked over to the fallen squad captain. Without hesitation, she slapped him sharply across the cheek. He groaned, stirring, eyes fluttering open in confusion. Then panic. We were ambushed, he shouted, struggling to sit up. Su Qingying remained calm. The rest of the squad stirred. When they saw what lay nearby, their jaws dropped. The remains of the giant serpent. Burned, mangled, defeated. The captain stared in disbelief. What happened? Where did all that yang energy come from? Su Qingying looked toward the hole in the roof, then back at her team. A powerful pioneer, she said softly. He saved us. Su Qingying delivered a composed and thorough report. She explained that the mysterious figure who had intervened was likely the same individual from her earlier mission, a highly skilled pioneer with potent yang attributes. Her calm, confident tone left the assembled team in stunned silence. One team member broke the quiet, expressing open disbelief. One person took down both monsters? Su Qingying confirmed it with a nod, but admitted she hadn't been able to recruit him. In fact, he had tracked her movements, demonstrating just how dangerous and elusive he really was. With the briefing done, the destroyer squad leader refocused the conversation, asking about Candle Knight's remains. He began using a green energy technique to purify the battlefield, explaining that the association needed to recover and analyze whatever was left behind. As cleanup operations began, he activated a glowing green orb to collect residual dark energy from the site. While stepping through the debris, his boot crushed a small shard of wreckage, suddenly triggering a bright burst of blue lightning. The violent shock jolted through his body, causing him to wince and pull back. Su Qingying, watching nearby, was just as surprised. The remains, presumably belonging to Candle Knight, still carried highly active thunder energy. This complicated things. The squad leader turned toward her, narrowing his eyes. You said he used yang energy, right? He asked. She nodded slowly. Then how do you explain this? They both knelt beside the scorched, sparking remains. The thunder energy radiating from the debris was intense, clearly top tier. Su Qingying was silently amazed. This wasn't just residual static. It was highly refined thunder power. That led the commander to a bold theory. Maybe two pioneers arrived, he suggested. One dealt with the serpent, and the other took down Candle Knight. Then they left together. Su Qingying frowned. She knew that wasn't true, but how could she possibly explain it? She remembered the figure who had appeared like a thunder god from the sky. A lone man who had wielded both golden yang flames and roaring blue lightning. Just mastering one of those abilities made a person an elite. But both? That was beyond comprehension. The serpent's charred skeleton bore the clear traces of a yang flame wielder. Meanwhile, The electrified husk of Candle Knight still crackled with thunder attribute energy. 2 different elemental signatures. 1 battlefield. The teams could only stare in quiet awe, their thoughts echoing the same question. Who exactly was this pioneer? As reinforcements arrived from the spiritual association, Su Qingying felt a wave of relief. She had intentionally left some members of her squad outside the battle zone. Had she stayed in radio silence any longer, they might have filed a missing person report. The 2 teammates who had been knocked out earlier by Venom now came running, overjoyed to see their captain alive. Their eyes filled with tears as they hugged her. With the monsters defeated, the association quickly transitioned from emergency response to investigation mode. A forensic team was deployed to analyze the scene, scanning for energy residue, damage patterns, and any other clues that could help them piece together what had happened. It didn't take long for one of the specialists to approach both Su Qingying and the destroyer squad leader with new findings. His voice was low, but the words carried weight. After comparing energy traces, combat signatures, and spatial impact damage, we've determined with 99% certainty that both monsters were defeated by the same person. Shock fell over the 2 leaders. They stared at one another, processing the revelation. Around them, whispers spread quickly through the teams. The conclusion seemed impossible. A single person, using 2 distinct high-grade elemental powers, had taken down monsters strong enough to wipe out elite squads, and likely did so in just a few decisive moves. The power gap was staggering. Su Qingying, realizing the magnitude of this discovery, immediately contacted her superior. Her voice was firm but reverent. "Sir, the target's profile has changed. He's not just a university pioneer anymore." She looked up at the gaping hole in the factory's roof. "He's the one we've been calling Tyrant." On the other end of the call, her superior remained quiet for several seconds, absorbing the report. Then, with a heavy sigh, he issued a new directive. She was to cease her current mission immediately. The reasoning was simple. This individual had just saved her team, neutralized 2 high-level monsters, and secured the site. These weren't the actions of a threat. Furthermore, Major Han Li's aggressive approach clashed with his own. It wasn't worth provoking someone so powerful. For the sake of stability and her safety, she was to avoid all contact with Tyrant for now. Su Qingying acknowledged the order, but hesitated. "Sir, one more thing." She brought up her earlier encounter near the back mountain, when she had first tracked Tyrant's location during a cultivation session. At the time, she had sensed a powerful aura and initially assumed it was due to a spiritual weapon. Now, in hindsight, that theory made more sense than ever. When she explained further, her superior leaned back in his chair, frowning. "A spiritual weapon? No, that's not possible." He reminded her that acquiring a spiritual weapon required substantial support, not to mention accompanying scans would have shown a 3rd, unique energy signature. But none had been found. She interrupted gently. "That's just it. There was no 3rd energy." Her tone sharpened. "The weapon aura I sensed, it wasn't external. It was clearly a Yang attribute." Silence. Then her superior's expression changed. He sat up straighter, eyes narrowing with sudden understanding. "If the energy came from the user, then it's not a separate weapon. It's self-made." There was only one explanation. The mysterious pioneer had reached the spirit creation realm, a mythical stage where cultivators could forge spiritual weapons purely from their own energy. Her superior was visibly shaken. Only 2 such individuals were known globally, and now there might be a 3rd. He then raised a terrifying possibility. What if this pioneer holds a 3rd attribute? If that were true, it would overturn every foundational belief the association held. He explained that human bodies naturally rejected multiple elements. 2 attributes were rare, dangerous, and difficult to manage. 3? That was supposed to be impossible. If this man really did forge a spiritual weapon without a 3rd energy signature, perhaps it was a blessing. Maybe there was no 3rd element, just refined mastery over 2. But the implications lingered. As the call ended, Su Qingying's superior was left with a grim realization. If someone this powerful ever chose to stand against humanity, nothing could stop him. Meanwhile, in a small apartment on the city's outskirts, Fong Yi stood beneath a steaming shower, the water washing away the battle's grime. He scrubbed the dried blood from his arms and neck, feeling the sting of fresh scars. After drying off, he raised one hand. Golden yang energy shimmered from his fingers, instantly drying his clothes. He sat down quietly and began to reflect. Though the official awakening of the spiritual energy era was still months away, the world had already begun changing. Monster activity was rising. Strange phenomena were becoming normal. And pioneers like him, those who had secretly begun cultivating early, were starting to surface. He thought back to the rogue group he'd encountered at the lava river. It was obvious now. Once someone unlocked their spiritual channels, they naturally became attuned to the shift in the world. Many wild pioneers had already reached the Ghost Axe realm, even without formal support. The government was trying to bring them in slowly and carefully, using agents like Su Qingying. For now, it was a period of fragile cooperation. Fong Yi knew that wouldn't last. He thought about Major Han Li, about Su Qingying, about the government's recent formation of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, a secret initiative not yet revealed to the public. He understood their reasoning. They didn't want panic. Quietly solving regional crises and offering vague warnings was safer than launching a global campaign for mass cultivation. In truth, they were right. If the world found out too soon, it could collapse under the weight of its own fear. Mass awakening, uncontrolled power, riots, death. Even trained pioneers wouldn't be able to contain it. Fong Yi didn't blame them for being cautious. But what scared him more than public panic was what he had seen in the monsters. They were evolving fast. He reviewed the encounter in his mind. According to his system, both creatures had been infected with dark energy, specifically a rare subclass called the Shadow attribute. It was lethal to pioneers, and worse, it was something he couldn't absorb. The beasts were intelligent, strategic. They had worked together, laid traps, and attacked with frightening coordination. But even they, Fong Yi believed, were only minor threats. He had seen true monsters before, the kind that didn't just kill cities, they consumed nations. This battle had been a warning. The worst was still to come. Without Fong Yi's intervention, Su Qingying's entire squad would have been annihilated. He knew that much. One line from his system echoed in his mind and gave him a glimmer of hope. The dark attribute was currently temporarily unabsorbable. That keyword, temporarily, meant there was still a chance. Someday he might evolve to the point where he could absorb and even wield that terrifying energy himself. If so, it would become a major advantage in the battles to come. He took a moment to assess his current power. He had mastered 3 high-level techniques: the Golden Sun breathing technique of the Yang attribute, the Divine Thunder tempering method of the Thunder attribute, and the powerful Crimson Flame blade technique. His foundation was strong. At the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, he knew there were few enemies who could genuinely pose a threat to him anymore. And yet, it still wasn't enough. His introspection was cut short by the sound of his phone vibrating. Glancing at the screen, his eyes widened slightly. It was his aunt. They exchanged brief greetings, and he quickly assured her that he was doing well. She didn't waste time. Her call was about her daughter, Fong Yi's cousin, who was heading into the city to begin her studies. Concerned about her staying alone, she asked if the girl could stay at Fong Yi's place for a few days instead of booking a hotel. Fong Yi hesitated. He racked his brain, trying to recall anything about this cousin. All he could remember was a soft-spoken girl obsessed with studying, someone he hadn't seen in years. Still, he agreed without protest. "There's a spare room," he said. "She can use it." When he asked when she would be arriving, his aunt replied casually that she'd give her daughter his address and let her find her way there. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room illuminated only by the glow of a computer monitor, a girl with long, claw-like fingers typed rapidly on a mechanical keyboard. She wore an oversized hoodie with loose sleeves and soft animal-like ears sticking out from the top. She had just finished a call with her mother. "Be at your cousin's place by tomorrow afternoon," her mother had said warmly. "I'll bring you some hometown snacks next week." Fong Hiju responded politely, "No trouble at all." I just have some things to finish up here first. The screen before her displayed an online chat labeled Spiritual Energy Revival Martial Arts Vanguard Team. Her username, Fang_Hudu. She had just posted a status update to the group chat. I'm arriving in the city soon. I'll be staying with my cousin. With a small sigh, she exited the chat and opened a new tab. It was a rumor alert, an article about a place ominously nicknamed Death Town, where 3 people had mysteriously vanished while attempting the infamous pork beast challenge. A gruesome, blood-streaked image accompanied the report. Her glasses reflected the image as she leaned in. The town's name caught her attention, Yongo Town. Her curiosity spiked. Just then, her mother entered the room and asked if she had finished packing. Fong Yi nodded casually, but admitted, honestly, I'd prefer a hotel. I don't want to bother him. But her mother was firm. Staying with your cousin is safer, she insisted. I trust him completely. With that, she gently nudged her daughter toward the door, reminding her to behave, not cause trouble, and help out around the house. Fong Yi nodded obediently, replying that she would. Once outside, she took a deep breath and exhaled softly. To her, this visit wasn't a vacation. It was just another obstacle to handle. Adjusting her glasses with one hand, she muttered to herself, no matter how weird this cousin turns out to be, he can't be worse than a monster. The next afternoon, under a cloudless blue sky, a girl with long black hair and round glasses wheeled her suitcase down a quiet street. She stopped in front of a modest apartment building, glancing once more at the address on her phone. The GPS had brought her here. Looking up at the structure, she murmured under her breath, this should be it. With her heart beating just a little faster, Fong Yi prepared to meet the cousin she barely remembered. Someone who might now be the most unpredictable variable in her carefully controlled world. A girl named Lin Yi directly comes in front of our hero's house. And as our hero is stepping out of his room, she sees him and says, hello. Seeing this girl standing in front of him, our hero says, so your name is Lin Yi. And in his mind, he thinks, I totally couldn't recognize her. Then our hero takes her inside the house and starts asking her questions. So you have come here for the summer camp? To this, Lin Yi replies with a yes. Then he tells her, if you need anything, just call me. To which the girl says, thank you, cousin. Our hero then gives her an extra key and says, keep this with you. I'm going to my room now. Your room is that one down the hall. The girl takes the extra key and, for the trouble, apologizes to him. Sorry for the trouble these few days. As our hero is leaving from there, the girl thinks in her mind, it seems it's easy to get along with my cousin. He won't interfere in my work. And as our hero is walking away from the room, he glances sideways at his cousin's sister and thinks, is it my perception acting up, or is she not hiding her presence? Well, when she was sitting on the couch earlier, I did faintly sense an unfamiliar trace of spiritual energy. Could it be she's already become a pioneer too? Then her excuse about coming here for summer camp? Was it actually because? And thinking this, he walks out of the room. When our hero leaves the room, Lin Yi picks up her phone and starts chatting in her group chat. The first message she types is, cousin seems nice. Doesn't look like he'll interfere with my activities. When do we move? Seeing this message, the group members become active. One of them, using the ID 18-year-old sultry woman, replies, don't rush. Keep a low profile. Things are chaotic here. There are a lot of pollution zones, and some are already claimed by other pioneers. Then another message pops up from the user scammed in online romance for 50 cents, who writes, I heard too. Last time at the underground river, 2 teams clashed, and a super powerful guy cut out a sun with 1 slash and forced the others to back off. After that, 18-year-old sultry woman sends another message. 1 slash cut out the sun? Seriously, that must be an extreme Yang attribute. Definitely a high-tier pioneer. Scammed in online romance for 50 cents responds, it's real. I heard the same. To this, Lin Yi writes, that's why we must be careful. The spiritual energy revival hasn't officially begun. Everything is hidden. Who knows how many monster-level pioneers Zia country is hiding? We mustn't draw attention. Both group members reply again. And then, closing the chat, Lin Yi types, "All right, I'll wait for your signal." After finishing the conversation, she thinks to herself, "Forget it. I've just arrived here. It's better if I don't cultivate for now. If my cousin catches me, it'll be very hard to explain." 3 days passed just like that, and our hero was already feeling a little troubled by his cousin's presence. He thought to himself, "But who would have thought living with my cousin would actually cause a lot of trouble for my cultivation?" During this time, he was also doing light training, but his meditation and breath regulation were constantly interrupted. Even cultivating the golden sun breathing technique might be seen. Whenever he used the technique, the light it emitted was so bright that he feared it would be noticed. Still, these were just small inconveniences. The most terrifying part was that his cousin had started cooking for him. "Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight's tomato beef stew, cold cucumber salad, and corn rib soup," Lin Yi called out cheerfully. Our hero sat down at the dining table and replied, "All right, you've been really considerate today. Let me handle the dishes." But Lin Yi shook her head and said, "No need to worry. I'm staying here, so at least I can do this much." As he ate, our hero thought to himself, "Too polite, faultless etiquette. Does housework like someone with OCD?" Still, not stopping her is also part of making her drop her guard. Only then can I get to the bottom of her identity. Just then, Lin Yi's phone began ringing. Seeing the caller, our hero asked, "Seriously? What's the matter? A friend's call made you leave your dinner." He then stood up from the table and said, "I'll leave you two alone. I'm going back to my room." Lin Yi raised her hand slightly as if to stop him, but before she could speak, he had already left without looking back. Once our hero left, Lin Yi picked up the phone. A voice on the other end said, "What did you say?" "Another major world shift will happen tomorrow." Hearing this, Lin Yi asked about the time. The caller gave it, and she replied, "All right, I'll definitely be there by 3 o'clock. Okay. Then let's meet at the entrance of Yong Hua town." At that moment, our hero was hiding outside the window, listening to everything. Upon hearing Yong Hua town, he thought to himself, "Yong Hua town? Isn't that the trendy town in the suburbs? Just an hour's drive." Then Lin Yi began cultivating. Feeling her spiritual power, our hero smiled. "Just as I suspected, my cousin is also a pioneer. Luckily, with her current strength, she probably can't detect me. But she's already at 2-star Ghost Axe realm as a high schooler and might soon advance further. Is her talent so extreme that it's made her personality a bit odd? So, this summer camp was a cover. The world shift is her real reason for coming. She must have learned about the shift and used it as an excuse to come here. Every world shift is both an opportunity and a way for me to gain new techniques to enhance my power. I wonder what attribute will appear in Yong Hua town this time." With that thought, he immediately set off toward Yong Hua town at full speed. Who cares what's there? Whatever it is, it's all going to be mine. He left so quickly that Lin Yi, sitting inside, slowly opened her eyes. A faint unease flashed across her face as she thought, "That was strange. Was it just my imagination? Or was someone watching me?" The scene shifts directly to Yong Hua town where we see Lin Yi. Standing beside her is a girl from the chat group with the username scammed in online romance for 50 cents. She walks up to Lin Yi and teasingly asks, "You've been staying at your cousin's place these past few days, right? So, is he hot or not?" Thinking of our hero, Lin Yi answers, "Honestly, he's a good guy. As for looks, he's an ordinary average person. He's definitely not the kind of impressive man you'd go for. He's more of a pretty boy." Hearing this, scammed in online romance for 50 cents looks slightly disappointed. "Well, that's a letdown," she mutters. Just then, 18-year-old sultry woman walks over and says to her, "Don't forget Lin Yi once described herself as just an ordinary person. And there are more group members here, too." Among them is a boy sitting a bit farther away who calls out, "All right, since everyone's here, let's get to the main issue." Lin Yi interrupts to ask, "By the way, She's not coming again? The boy shakes his head. We're still only 6 people. She's not coming. The group starts moving forward. An 18-year-old sultry woman remarks, she's always been this mysterious. We're used to it. Let's not waste any more time. The team heads toward their destination, completely unaware that our hero is sitting some distance away, quietly observing them. Watching their spiritual power, he thinks to himself, seems like my cousin's team is pretty low-key. The weakest among them is at 2-star Ghost Axe Realm, and that guy who spoke earlier is even at 3-star from what they said. There's also a powerful member who rarely shows up, and on the mountain above this influencer town. He then turns his gaze toward an area where an anomaly is occurring, a massive vine descending from the sky. Just like the beanstalk from the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk, the vine appears randomly around Yong Hua town at unpredictable times. This contradicts previously known information. It's beyond our understanding. It's clearly a world shift, but it's not related to weather or land structure collapse. It's an anomaly that appeared out of nowhere, drifting around, causing no damage. It doesn't release thunder or blazing light. It just floats silently, phasing in and out. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's team has reached the area. Seeing the strange sight, everyone looks a bit unsettled. My God, that's it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. 18-year-old sultry woman says, fear in her voice. From behind, scammed in online romance for 50 cents speaks nervously. Wait, maybe we shouldn't go any further. Lin Yi turns to her. Why do you say that? The girl swallows hard and answers. Only after seeing it for real did I feel something was off. My whole body's gone cold. Did you guys see the rumors on the internal forums? I know someone from that team. When the vine appeared last time, they tried to make contact with it. They were much stronger pioneers than me, not low-level by any means. But after coming here, they all went missing. Feeling the corrupted energy in the air, her face turns pale, and she clutches her head in fear. I can feel it. If we go closer, we'll end up just like them. Not even bones left to bury. Scammed in online romance for 50 cents could feel the corrupt energy from the vine surrounding her, and she began speaking frantically. I originally thought I could handle the pioneer's gamble, return with fortune or die trying. But the moment I saw that thing, I felt instinctive fear. My intuition tells me this is a very high-level world anomaly, a new, unknown, and powerful mutation. I'm not ready to bury everything here. I want to withdraw. Seeing her in such a state, her teammates grew a bit more serious. Linny then spoke up. Yes, you're right. We can feel it too. Within this wood-type vine, there's a sense of desolation. I can't describe it. Like it's been submerged in the river of time, where all life has perished and vitality is gone. That's why we feel so deeply uneasy and unwell. It's like it's trying to devour our life force. After saying this, Lin Yi held her hand and added, but this is the path of martial pioneers. Meanwhile, far away, hidden from their sight on the mountains, our hero could also feel the suffocating deathly aura. Out of all the world anomalies I've seen, aside from the dark attribute anomaly, this vine gives the most unpleasant feeling. And they actually decided to cultivate here. That takes serious courage. Clearly, it's a plant, normally a symbol of vitality, yet it feels lifeless. It doesn't feel alive. It's more like a dead thing disguised as living, devoid of spiritual energy. Back below, Lin Yi addressed her team to keep their morale up. Friends, we don't have much time to hesitate. Since it's dangerous, let's just sense energy around this area. Stay within visual range. Don't wander too far. Following her lead, everyone picked their spots and began cultivating, thinking it should be relatively safe this way. Lin Yi herself sat atop a tree branch and began her own cultivation. From a distance, our hero watched his cousin and commented to himself, not bad. They're cautious, cultivating at a safe but efficient distance, as expected of a top student. She calculated the optimal benefit range, neither reckless nor timid. Before long, Lin Yi's energy began to surge, sending a powerful wave upward into the sky. Our hero noticed immediately. She's about to break through. She's already close to 3-star. My cousin really is a genius. Down below, her teammates were also excited. This is 3-star Ghost Axe Realm, one of them exclaimed. But just as they were talking, the vine's roots started moving toward them. The boy they had been following shouted urgently, "This is bad. The vine is coming straight at us. It sensed us from this far away." 18-year-old sultry woman gasped in fear. In moments, the vine lashed out, grabbing some of the team members and absorbing their energy. Everyone panicked and started running. Scammed in online romance for 50 cents screamed, "Run! Run as fast as you can. If we don't, we're dead." Lin Yi's breakthrough caused too much of a disturbance. We must not get entangled by the vine. Once it wraps around us, the desolate aura will consume us instantly. We'll melt on the spot. The vine had already reached Lin Yi, striking her protective shield. Cracks began to spread across the energy barrier. While everyone else was running, 18-year-old sultry woman grabbed scammed in online romance for 50 cents' hand. "No, we can't run. If we do, Lin Yi will be in danger." Scammed in online romance for 50 cents snapped back. "Then what do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to protect her?" She chose to cultivate here, so now she gets to level up while I die for her? 18-year-old sultry woman ignored her anger and turned to the group. "Everyone calm down." The boy who seemed to be leading them spoke coldly. "Life and death are fated. Wealth is heaven's will. If we don't leave now, we'll all die with her. You're too young. Don't act on emotion. We're all just acquaintances here." Before he could finish, 18-year-old sultry woman slapped him hard across the face. "Then to hell with you all. I won't abandon my comrade." With that, she charged toward Lin Yi while the rest of the group fled in the opposite direction. Up in the mountains, our hero was watching the entire scene unfold. His eyes filled with urgency, and he said with deep concern, "My cousin probably doesn't even realize the danger she's in right now. Still just a student. This vine's power is overwhelming. I don't even know if I can save her with my current strength. But there's not much time left." Our hero drew out his sword, determination blazing in his eyes, and readied himself for the fight. His thoughts were firm. "I promised Aunt that I would take care of my cousin. The promise I made must not be broken." Meanwhile, the sultry woman was rushing forward to save Lin Yi. She was destroying the vine as she advanced toward her, but within moments, the vine coiled around her too. At the same time, the vine had completely shattered Lin Yi's shield, and just as it was about to catch her, at that very moment, our hero leapt in with his heavy sword, infused with blazing yang energy, and struck directly at the vine. The vine began to burn from the force of his yang energy, retreating rapidly and halting its attack. The two team members who had been running away stopped in their tracks, stunned as they saw the vine retreating and no longer attacking. The hero's yang energy was so incredibly powerful that the entire area began to glow with his radiance. Seeing his energy, the members of the team were astonished. The boy who had been fleeing earlier exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this another pioneer?" The sultry woman shielded her eyes from the blinding light of the hero's energy and thought with awe, "That's the purest yang attribute. Makes sense, only such a high-tier attribute could force back this desolate vine." The same boy, still staring in shock, began thinking to himself, "Why, I consider myself extremely talented. I reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in a very short time. There are probably only a handful in the entire country with such speed. Lin Yi's talent barely matches mine, not even that far ahead. But still, if there are pioneers like that out there, then what are we? Are we just stars dimly shining beneath the radiant moon? He crushed me. No, he crushed all of us. Just what kind of existence is he?" Meanwhile, our hero was still standing in that very spot when a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Detected extreme wood attribute. Initiating auto-writing. Moments later, another message appeared. Complete. After that, wood energy began flowing through our hero's body, filling him with life force. He felt the energy invigorating him, and a joyful smile spread across his face as he exclaimed in pure admiration, "What an incredible wood attribute technique. As long as there's life nearby, this is basically a perpetual energy-absorbing engine. As Fong Yi absorbed the last of the anomaly's power, his system completed the extraction of the vine's main attribute. A notification confirmed it: extracted attribute, desolation. The system detailed its terrifying nature, a power that could instantly summon a lifeless aura, erasing all vitality around it. Fong Yi stood calmly within the swirling green energy, fully embracing the new force. When he opened his eyes, they glowed with the same vibrant green as the desolate vine. In the now barren clearing, a faint aura clung to him. He finally understood why the vine could only exist in such a remote, dangerous place. Anywhere else, it would have drained life across miles. He reflected on the ruthless essence of desolation, a power that forcibly stripped the life force of others. His thoughts were interrupted by a weak but grateful voice. The red-haired leader of the pioneers approached, her clothes torn, body bruised, but still alive. She thanked him sincerely, admitting that without him, they would have perished. She asked how they could ever repay him for saving them. Fong Yi dismissed her with a wave, replying coolly that it wasn't necessary and that their paths would cross again. Without another word, he turned away. Inwardly, though, he didn't see himself as a savior. He knew the only reason he had found this chance was thanks to their information. To him, he had merely benefited from their misfortune. As for the discord among the pioneers, he cared little. With a final leap, he soared into the sky, leaving the stunned group behind. He knew well that true character reveals itself in crisis, and such a fractured team would never survive the new era's dangers. Left in the empty clearing, the adventurous girl and the shaggy-haired man silently watched him vanish. The girl, still shaken, wondered what they should do next. The man replied bitterly, blaming her hesitation earlier and asking if she regretted it now. With the danger gone, and Fong Yi already at the third tier, the red-haired leader knew their only hope was to stay united. Not long after, Ye's eyes fluttered open, glowing a dazzling blue as she finished her meditation. Her companions rushed to her side, relieved she had awakened. The male pioneer who once suggested abandoning her now declared their fate rested on her wisdom. But another insisted their focus should be on the mysterious stranger who had saved them. Still dazed, Ye asked what had happened, noticing teammates unconscious nearby. Rising to her feet, she was immediately struck by the burning warmth of a lingering yang attribute seared into a nearby tree. Its heat radiated fiercely even from afar. The shaggy-haired man stepped forward, offering to explain everything she had missed. Later that day, standing before her cousin's apartment, Ye still wrestled with disbelief. Could someone truly possess such overwhelming power? Her teammates' words echoed. He had called the stranger a monster. He had described how the vines, which none of them could harm, were effortlessly subdued by his strength, and how the towering beanstalk retreated high into the clouds, no longer daring to approach. Such was the dominance of the man who had saved them. Though he was gone, the forest remained calm, a sign of his lingering might. Entering the apartment, Ye was startled to find Fong Yi waiting. He looked at her with concern. Seeing her pale face, Ye quickly forced a smile, brushing off his worry, blaming her exhaustion on a long day of study. Fong Yi accepted her excuse, telling her she had worked hard and should rest. He offered to order dinner, and she agreed before slipping into her room. Alone, she collapsed onto her bed, utterly drained. She knew breakthroughs consumed immense mental focus, leaving her more exhausted than if she had gone sleepless for a month. Lying on her bed and scrolling through her phone, she felt a wave of relief. She was no longer just an ordinary person, no longer someone who could die from a few sleepless nights. She accepted that this constant, life-threatening struggle was the fate of a pioneer in a world that was rapidly changing. Her thoughts drifted to her cousin's seemingly normal, peaceful life, and she knew that such comfort was no longer possible for her. Her quiet reflection was broken by a new notification from her Pioneer group chat. It was a message from Guyan, the mysterious, powerful member who was almost never present. His words were brief. If there are any more traces of that strong man, please inform me. It was the first time Guyan had ever spoken in the group, and it instantly caught Yi's attention. She replied in agreement, then added her own question. She asked if they thought the man who had saved them could be the same figure from the Dark River Lava Dragon incident, and if so, why he would have chosen to help them. The chat immediately exploded with discussion, centering on a post about the mysterious high-tier Yang attribute master. The post described his sun-splitting slash in vivid detail, telling how the witness had been driven out of the cave by a blast of white-hot light. The author insisted with absolute certainty that no other pioneer in the Sea Country could rival his strength, and warned everyone to avoid him at all costs should they cross his path. Meanwhile, Fong Yi was riding his bicycle out into the night. He was confident that, after the day's events, his cousin had lowered her guard, letting him come and go without suspicion. With this new freedom, he had set himself a mission. He needed to find a suitable carrier for his newly acquired desolation attribute. Knowing it was most compatible with plants, he pedaled off under the moonlight to begin his search. As he rode, Fong Yi considered how best to use the desolation power. Despite its immense strength, it was still a dangerous attribute at its core, rooted in destruction and decay. He worried that embedding it in his own body could cause terrible side effects. Worse, he feared its corrupt nature might clash with the purifying force of his thunder attribute. His solution was clear. He needed a carrier, something like the vine that had first birthed the power. He reasoned that the original vine monster must have been an ordinary plant that evolved when it sensed the return of rich spiritual energy, creating the desolation attribute to gain strength. With this idea, a plan formed in his mind. Wearing a confident smirk, he followed a moonlit road to the forest park. At the entrance, he left his bike and stepped into the woods. Under the bright full moon, he walked among fields of glowing flowers, searching for the perfect one, a plant that could resonate with his spiritual energy and form a deep bond with him. Closing his eyes, he extended his aura. A vibrant green glow spread out, seeping into the forest and brushing against the plants. He felt their responses, waves of faint energy reaching back toward him. Yet he knew it wasn't strong enough. He needed something far more powerful. Then he froze, his attention locked on a single spot in the tall grass. There, a lone white flower with a luminous center swayed as if it were calling to him. His heart stirred. Was this the one? Slowly, he stepped closer and extended his finger. The petals closed gently around his fingertip, drinking in the spiritual energy he offered. A moment later, it bloomed open again, pulsing with life as though it had feasted well. Fong Yi knelt by the flower, a rare smile touching his lips. He could feel its strong spirituality. Though it was only a plant, it had reacted to his touch like a greedy puppy, eagerly devouring his spiritual energy before rubbing against his fingers for more. Fong Yi knew instantly that he had found the right carrier. Out of the entire forest, this small flower had shown the strongest response to his aura, making it the perfect container for the desolation attribute. He spoke softly to the flower, declaring it the chosen one, and asked if it was ready. Without hesitation, he unleashed a vortex of green spiritual energy, directing it entirely into the white blossom. A system window appeared before him. Do you want to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? With eyes glowing a vibrant green, Fong Yi confirmed. A brilliant light erupted from his hand as the flower began to transform. Its petals spread wide, shifting into a larger, more intricate lotus-like form. Its leaves thickened, glowing with a radiant green aura as the implantation completed in a flash of light. Fong Yi was briefly stunned by the sudden surge of power. What had once been a simple wild flower now pulsed with dangerous vitality. The transformed plant wasted no time revealing its strength. A massive wave of desolation energy burst outward as its roots dug deep into the soil. In an instant, the lush forest surrounding Fong Yi withered away. Trees blackened, the ground cracked, and life was stripped from the land, leaving only dust. Fong Yi marveled at the sheer, destructive force of the attribute. In moments, the forest had been consumed, and the spread showed no sign of stopping. As the flower's glow dimmed and its form shrank back to a smaller size, Fong Yi knew he had to act quickly. If he let this continue, the disturbance would inevitably draw the attention of the Spiritual Energy Association. He plucked the glowing flower from the ground, roots and all, and held it carefully. The park had been a risky choice for such an experiment. So close to the city center, it was undoubtedly under watch. The association feared how the revived energy could turn even ordinary plants into deadly threats. Fong Yi had already noticed the increased cameras and the eerie absence of people when he arrived. Yet, as he walked away with his new prize, something remarkable caught his attention. The flower continued to absorb energy from the air itself, thriving without any connection to the earth. Its spirituality remained strong, not diminished in the slightest since being uprooted. Smiling with wonder, Fong Yi realized he had unlocked the plant's evolutionary potential, pushing it far beyond its natural limits. But just as he prepared to leave, a loud alarm blared across the park, red lights flashing through the trees. A mechanical voice rang out. Abnormal value exceeded. Fong Yi instantly understood. Despite his haste, the monitoring system had detected him. With no time to waste, he gripped the desolation flower tightly and slipped into the night. Miles away, in the high-tech control room of the Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, the same alarm screamed. Technicians scrambled in panic, shouting that anomaly values were spiking uncontrollably. Orders were barked out. All staff were to equip protective bracelets, seal off the park, and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Within minutes, a team in full protective gear stepped into the lifeless zone. One member checked his wrist device and paled at the reading 30. His voice shook as he announced the result. For context, the infamous Ching-Chang University incident had peaked only between 8 and 10, and even the fearsome Dark River lava dragon had barely reached 25. This was far worse. Another team member noted that the park's original spiritual energy level had never once risen above 10. As one of the researchers collected a soil sample, another reported strange results. The humidity, surface temperature, and sunlight were all completely normal. Yet the plants looked as if their life had been drained in seconds. The team leader decided they needed to move closer to the center to determine what kind of spiritual attribute could have caused such devastation. But as one of them stepped forward, a senior researcher wearing glasses suddenly shouted for him to stop. His voice carried authority as he warned them not to touch anything. He identified the lingering presence as the desolation attribute. Then, he asked if any of them had heard about the vine that had recently descended from the sky. The younger researchers froze in stunned silence until one finally found his voice, trembling as he realized what their senior meant. The infamous devil vine, already classified as an A-level mutation. The senior researcher confirmed their fears. Standing before a projected image of the vine with ghostly souls trapped at its roots, he explained its terrifying nature. The reason it had slaughtered so many pioneers, the reason it was considered unstoppable, was its natural desolation attribute, a parasitic force that devoured life itself, making everything it touched part of its own power. The young researcher who had nearly entered the dead zone paled, clutching his chest as sweat poured down his face. He thanked his superior, realizing he had been seconds away from certain death. The senior researcher continued his explanation, stating that any area around a plant awakened with desolation became a dead zone. Any living being who entered would have their life force consumed. He recalled reading data from Xia country, where an ancient rotting tree in Wan City's forbidden zone destroyed all life that came near. Looking at the lifeless clearing, his expression grew grim. The mutation of plants in this new era could no longer be dismissed. From their knowledge, desolation was the strongest attribute a plant could awaken. And now, alongside the ancient tree and the celestial vine, a third one had emerged. His words were cut short when a firm hand clapped his shoulder. The researchers turned to see the stern face of Major Han Li, who had arrived with his soldiers. Already briefed on the situation, he ordered all researchers to change into the advanced protective suits brought by his men and prepare to enter the contaminated zone. With Major Han Li in the lead, the newly suited researchers, joined by Su Qingyi, stepped into the dead zone. As their scanners swept the area, they uncovered a troubling pattern. No central source of desolation energy could be detected, and the aura itself was fading rapidly. In just a few minutes, the level had dropped from 30 down to 25. This defied all records. Unlike the celestial vine, which was capable of moving, such energy should not have disappeared so quickly. Major Han Li turned to Su Qingyi and suggested a deeper investigation. She nodded gravely. Two team members with glowing blue auras began tracing the remaining flow of energy. Their path led them from the outer edges of the dead zone back toward a single starting point. When they arrived, both froze in shock. At that moment, Major Han Li and Su Qingyi realized the horrifying truth. The source of the desolation energy had been dug up and taken away. One researcher in protective gear stammered in disbelief, unable to accept what he was hearing. How could anyone survive long enough to steal the heart of such a dead zone? Major Han Li's expression darkened. If someone truly had the power to enter a desolation zone and remove its core, then their identity was of the utmost importance. But Su Qingyi, frowning deeply, voiced another theory. She held up a glowing data pad to Major Han Li, explaining that after running a large-scale data analysis, they had identified a person whose movements matched both this incident and another recent mutation. On the screen, a profile appeared, Fong Yi's picture, with his name clearly displayed. Major Han Li glanced at it, then told Su Qingyi he would send her all of Fong Yi's records. He confirmed that Fong Yi was highly likely the same pioneer she had previously contacted. With that, the Major tipped his hat, saying the rest would be up to her association to handle. Left alone in the desolate woods, Su Qingyi stared at the data pad, her expression grim. 2 hours later, Fong Yi was back in his apartment, carefully placing the desolation flower into a small pot. Smiling faintly, he thought about how this was his first time raising a flower. With a touch of affection, he named it the obedient little white flower, and told it that since it carried the desolation attribute, it would cultivate on its own and grow into a powerful helper for him. Its life-draining powers would prove invaluable in battle, and its simple, harmless appearance would make the perfect camouflage, hidden even from his cousin. As he touched one of its petals, Fong Yi reflected that in this dangerous new era, raw strength was only part of survival. The true key to victory lay in preparing hidden weapons. His quiet evening was interrupted when his phone buzzed on the table. Glancing at the caller ID, his eyes widened. The name read Old Wang. He instantly recognized it as his childhood friend Wang Ling, whom he hadn't seen in the 3 years since he had enlisted in the army. A brief memory surfaced of their school days, when they had been inseparable, until Wang Ling suddenly announced he was leaving to join the military. Fong Yi answered. On the other end, Wang Ling's cheerful voice rang out, asking if he was back in town and inviting him out for a drink at their old hangout. Fong Yi was caught off guard by the sudden invitation, but Wang Ling only laughed, adding that he had a big secret to share, and that Fong Yi should be prepared to be shocked. But the reunion was no coincidence. After hanging up, the truth was revealed. Wang Ling sat in a dimly lit room, reporting to a scarred woman with long red hair, clad in a high-ranking military uniform. Su Qingyi was seated beside her. Wang confirmed he had followed their instructions, then made a hesitant request. If Fong Yi turned out not to be the person they were looking for, he asked that his safety be guaranteed. The red-haired officer tapped her finger on the table, her eyes cold. She dismissed his plea with a chilling command: carry out his mission, and do nothing unnecessary. If Fong Yi wasn't the target, she said, then Wang Ling should consider his death punishment for trusting a friend. Later that night, at a quiet bar, Fong Yi and Wang Ling clinked beer glasses. They drank together, talking about the years that had passed since they last met. Fong Yi observed that his old friend seemed more hardened, more mature, clearly shaped by the hardships of military life. Wang spoke about his time in the army before asking how Fong Yi had been. Fong Yi kept it simple, saying he was doing well and had gone to college. As he sipped his drink, memories of his previous life surfaced. In that past chaos, he never saw Wang Ling again. Most likely, his friend had died in some forgotten battle. Fong Yi wondered if this time, in this new life, he could change that fate. Wang Ling then grew serious, lowering his voice. He asked Fong Yi if he had noticed anything unusual lately, things like zombies or monsters from movies. Immediately, Fong Yi became cautious. It wasn't strange for someone in the army to know about the revival of spiritual energy, but the way Wang posed the question felt like a test. Feigning ignorance, Fong Yi replied casually, asking what exactly his old friend was trying to say. Wang Ling sighed and said he wasn't trying to comfort Fong Yi, but to warn him. He explained that in the near future, everything they valued, education, wealth, and status, would become meaningless. The entire world order was about to change. Fong Yi listened in silence, his face blank as he stared at his empty glass. Deep down, he knew that ordinary soldiers were sworn to secrecy and couldn't leak any details about the spiritual energy revival. That fact alone confirmed his suspicion. The military had identified him as a target, and Wang Ling, his childhood friend, had been sent to test him. Seeing his friend's silence, Wang Ling tried to reassure him. He told Fong Yi not to worry, that as long as he didn't reveal anything, he would be safe. But Fong Yi understood perfectly. Despite his act of ignorance, his friend was still trying to protect him. Even at the risk of violating military rules, Wang Ling was warning him to be cautious of the coming changes. Their conversation ended abruptly when Wang Ling's phone buzzed violently. He answered, and a furious voice on the other end ordered him to return to his squad immediately and report to the target location within 10 minutes. Snapping to attention, Wang Ling accepted the order as Fong Yi watched quietly. He leapt to his feet, apologizing that he had an urgent mission and couldn't accompany Fong Yi home. Just as he turned to leave, Fong Yi broke his act. He asked if the mission was tied to the spiritual energy revival and insisted on coming along. Wang Ling froze mid-step, shocked, before turning back. Fong Yi stood, grabbed him by the collar, and told him to take him to his superiors. He reassured his friend, saying he knew Wang Ling would never harm him. What he wanted was to see what the military was truly dealing with. The Spiritual Energy Association was already handling monsters, so what role did the army play? He wanted to find out with his own eyes. Wang Ling hesitated, then agreed. Together they set off toward a massive military base nestled in a mountain valley. Its nameplate read, Military Base Number 19, Spiritual Forbidden Zone. As they drew near, Fong Yi was struck by the overwhelming density of spiritual energy in the area. The concentration was so intense it surpassed that of an ordinary pollution zone. At the gates, a squad of soldiers confronted them. Wang Ling was ordered back to his unit, but after a quick check, Fong Yi was allowed entry. Soldiers led him through a brightly lit corridor until they emerged into a colossal cavern-like training ground. There, dozens of troops were locked in a desperate battle. Crackling blue energy flared as the soldiers struggled to hold back a monstrous spiked beast with a single glowing red eye. The creature retaliated with terrifying force, firing a beam of crimson energy that ripped through their ranks, scattering men with cries of pain and fear. On a raised platform, a stern red-haired officer watched with sharp, calculating eyes. Fong Yi immediately recognized the creature's aura as a fusion of two elements. The officer confirmed his observation, explaining that it was a hybrid of dark and flame attributes, which made it abnormally fierce and cruel. She added that it had already left several of her soldiers gravely injured. A caption identified her as Gi Roy Yen, a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm officer. Her gaze fell on Wang Ling, and she barked his name. He snapped to attention at once. She demanded furiously to know why he had brought an unauthorized civilian into a restricted zone. Before he could stammer out an explanation, she cut him off. Her expression softened slightly as she said the situation was too urgent to waste time. She ordered him to forget it and join the formation immediately. Gi Roy Yen then turned her sharp gaze toward Fong Yi. At a glance, she saw nothing remarkable. His spiritual energy was only faintly active. For a moment, she wondered if he might be the mysterious pioneer they were searching for, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Her focus needed to stay on the battle. She gave him a stern warning. Since he was Wang Ling's friend, she wouldn't press the issue, but he was in a restricted zone now. His life was his own responsibility, and everything he saw here was sworn to secrecy. Fong Yi simply nodded and replied that he understood. With that settled, Gi Roy Yen snapped back into command. Grabbing a massive energy cannon, she shouted the names of 2 soldiers. At once, the men charged forward, their bodies cloaked in blue energy as they engaged the monster in close combat. Gi Roy Yen steadied her aim and fired, unleashing a huge blast of pure energy that slammed into the creature. The resulting explosion rocked the cavern, but the beast was far from defeated. It roared furiously, its shadowy form pulsing with a sinister red glow. Its fanged maw twisted larger, more grotesque, radiating a dreadful heat. The attack had only enraged it further, pushing its mutation into overdrive. With terrifying speed, the monster lashed out, claws tearing through the air. One soldier cried out a warning, and his comrade barely managed to block the blow, but the sheer force flung him across the ground. Gi Roy Yen barked fresh orders, warning her team not to get careless and to keep their distance. They had to destroy the beast before it fully evolved. From the sidelines, Fong Yi observed with narrowed eyes. The soldiers fought with discipline and flawless coordination, every member a vital part of the whole. Together, their teamwork created strength beyond any single individual's ability. For a moment, he was impressed, until the monster's aura surged again, its power climbing at an alarming rate. Fong Yi shouted at them to retreat, warning that they were hopelessly outmatched. But in the chaos of battle, his voice was drowned out. The creature unleashed a massive blast of dark purple energy that sent soldiers flying in all directions. Gi Roy Yen refused to yield. Her voice rang out with iron resolve as she commanded her team to raise their alert level and reclassify the restricted zone's mutation level. She roared furiously that there would be no retreat. It was too late. The monster's transformation completed in a violent burst of flame and shadow. A towering demonic beast stood before them, its body wreathed in black and crimson fire. Its single eye burned with malevolent red light, glaring with pure hatred. One soldier screamed in horror, declaring that the evil dog had fully merged with the dark attribute and completed its mutation. The creature's burning eye locked onto Wang Ling, who froze where he stood, paralyzed by terror. In the split second before it struck, both Gi Roy Yen and Fong Yi realized the danger. Wang Ling was about to be torn apart. The monster lunged, power exploding around it. A soldier nearby was violently blasted aside, his body crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. Gi Roy Yen instantly shouted for attention, announcing that the SE-level evil dog had completed its mutation. It was now officially a B-level threat, and their battle plan had to change immediately. The fallen soldier coughed up blood as Fong Yi rushed to his side, catching him before he collapsed. The man gasped that he had tried channeling spiritual energy into the creature's restraining collar, but the monster's evolution caused the device to explode violently. Black liquid spewed from his lips, but he forced a brave smile, telling Fong Yi not to worry about Restricted Area 19's officers. Fong Yi could only stare grimly, anger burning in his eyes. Knowing her cannon was now useless, Gi Roy Yen dropped the heavy weapon with a resounding thud. Gi Roy Yen stood before her battered soldiers, her determination unbroken. She gave a final order. No matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they could not allow this B-level mutation to escape the restricted zone. The troops tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for a last stand. But before they could move, Fong Yi stepped forward, directly blocking her path. Gi Roy Yen snapped at him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing, but he ignored her words. His hand and eyes began to glow with a brilliant blue light as arcs of lightning danced across his body. Crackling energy surged outward, a clear sign he was preparing to enter the battle himself. Surrounded by divine thunder, Fong Yi mocked the monstrous beast, his glowing eyes daring it as he questioned its toughness. Then, in a burst of speed, he charged straight at the mutated creature. His arm, a bolt of concentrated lightning, slammed into its head. The impact was cataclysmic. A massive explosion of thunder erupted, engulfing the beast and shaking the cavern. The shockwave ripped through the air, sending soldiers tumbling backward. One of them, stunned, whispered in disbelief. This was the same B-level monster their commander couldn't subdue. Yet this lone man had struck it down with overwhelming force. Wang Ling, equally shocked, turned to Gi Roy Yen and asked if his friend truly was the one they thought he was. With a grave expression, she confirmed it. There was no mistake. Fong Yi was without a doubt the pioneer known as the Tyrant. Fong Yi stood calmly amidst the smoke. The creature still burned with black-red flames, its single eye flickering weakly, but it was clearly wounded. He knew it wasn't finished yet. He told Gi Roy Yen and Wang Ling to step back for their own safety. Gi Roy Yen studied him closely. Her entire squad required a complex formation just to hold off a B-level threat, yet he prepared to face it alone. The sheer extremity of his thunder attribute stunned her. Even now, he was among the top pioneers in the country. She couldn't help but wonder just how terrifying his potential would become once the spiritual energy revival fully matured. Raising his hand, Fong Yi gathered even more power. Gi Roy Yan's eyes widened as a massive storm of thunder energy formed above him, crackling in the sky like a wrathful god had descended. She stared, unable to stop herself from wondering how far his evolution could go. With a final step, Fong Yi unleashed it. A colossal pillar of blinding blue lightning erupted downward, swallowing the monster whole. The raw destructive force shook the restricted zone to its core. This was a display worthy of his codename, the Tyrant. As the light faded, his eyes still crackled faintly with residual sparks. He stood firm, calm, his expression unshaken. Around him, the surviving soldiers stared in terror. One muttered to another that his whole body trembled. Not from the monster's corrosive darkness, but from the unmatched destructive might of Fong Yi's thunder. When the dust settled, Fong Yi raised a hand and gave a casual thumbs-up toward Wang Ling. He announced coolly that the threat was gone. Wang Ling rushed over, shouting in relief that Fong Yi had scared him half to death. Laughing, he playfully punched his old friend on the shoulder, marveling at the strength he had never imagined. The mood softened until Wang Ling apologized. He admitted he had suspected Fong Yi was a pioneer but had been forced to follow orders. Fong Yi brushed it off with a smile, telling him there was no need for formality after 3 years apart, and that he understood completely. Their reunion was interrupted as Gi Roy Yen approached. She formally thanked Fong Yi for his assistance, extending her hand with genuine respect. With a faint smile, Fong Yi shook it, saying it was no trouble. He had only stepped in to protect his friend. She then introduced herself properly. Gi Roy Yen, Warden of Forbidden Area 019. Gi Roy Yen explained that since Fong Yi had saved the entire base, she needed to file an official report and asked if he would be willing to leave his contact information. Fong Yi agreed without hesitation. From the side, Wang Ling silently marveled at the surreal sight of his stern commander showing such respect to his childhood friend. With the formalities complete, Gi Roy Yen made a direct offer. She told Fong Yi that his strength already surpassed many of the military's own elite pioneers and formally invited him to join the army. Yet she admitted her own invitation as a single base warden might not be enough to sway him. Inside, she was still struggling to comprehend the vastness of his power. What shocked her most was realizing that he, like her, was a 3-star Ghost Axe realm cultivator. But unlike her, his abilities had already surpassed the realm's known limits, making him a monster in human form. Fong Yi calmly asked if she truly meant that she was unworthy of inviting him. With the weight of her superiors on her shoulders, she admitted it openly. She explained that the order to involve him had come from high command, and she was certain they would eventually extend a personal invitation. Fong Yi chuckled softly, telling her it wasn't necessary to be so formal. Placing a hand on his chest, he expressed genuine respect. He explained that he admired their courage, knowing not everyone had the strength to sacrifice themselves for others. He admitted that he had never seen soldiers in battle before, and what he had just witnessed had truly moved him. Touched by his sincerity, Gi Roy Yen could only offer a quiet word of thanks. Fong Yi then made an offer of his own. If they ever faced trouble in the future, he would be willing to lend his aid, just as the military had always protected ordinary people like him. But he laid down one condition. They could not interfere with his cultivation or restrict his freedom. His unexpected terms left Gi Roy Yen briefly stunned. With their business concluded, Fong Yi announced it was late and that he should take his leave. Gi Roy Yen agreed, adding that she and Wang Ling still needed to dispose of the mutated beast's body and promised to arrange transport for him. As Fong Yi stood before the soldiers one last time, he finally understood the military's true purpose in this new era. They stationed themselves in dangerous, spiritually rich zones for two reasons: to use the energy for their own cultivation, and more importantly, to serve as a crucial line of defense between ordinary people and the monsters now threatening the world. After Fong Yi's departure, Gi Roy Yen turned to Wang Ling and said his friend could no longer be described with a simple word like impressive. What they had seen that day was only a fraction of his strength. The speed at which he had risen to such heights revealed not only raw ability, but also extraordinary insight. She concluded he was a rare mix of luck, courage, and power, the makings of true greatness. Hearing his commander's deep respect for his friend, Wang Ling eagerly suggested that if she felt she wasn't the right one to recruit him, she should allow him, as his childhood companion, to take on the task. Gi Roy Yen quickly brought him back to reality with a sharp tap on the head, ordering him to stop talking nonsense and help her clean up. He could only agree, dragged off to work by her authority. Later that night, back at his apartment building, Fong Yi meditated on the roof, his body surrounded by a radiant golden aura. He reflected on his encounter with the military. Though his identity had been revealed, he had shown them only his thunder attribute, keeping his other powers hidden. Judging from their respectful attitude, this worked to his advantage. He now understood clearly. His rare thunder attribute was the perfect counter to the dark monsters the military was fighting, making him an invaluable asset in the battles to come. Fong Yi knew the military would try to recruit him, not threaten him. That meant access to the fastest ways to grow stronger and to the most advanced information available. The day's events had also revealed the distinct roles of the nation's two pioneer forces. The military, represented by Gi Roy Yen, were the silent night watchers, hidden guardians of the country. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, with agents like Su Qingying, handled the threats that slipped into cities, protecting civilian life as much as possible. He understood the government's two-part strategy: contain the greatest dangers within forbidden zones while slowly releasing information to the public. This careful approach bought precious time, delaying chaos and preserving stability in a world on the brink of change. As Fong Yi continued his rooftop meditation, a golden orb pulsed within his core. At first, he noted calmly that despite absorbing the forbidden zone's rich energy, he felt no immediate push to advance. But the calm soon shattered. Golden energy surged wildly through him, cracks of light splitting across his skin. The short time he had spent in such a spiritually dense place had filled him completely. He recognized the signs. He was on the verge of another breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the streets below, his cousin Lin Yi walked home with groceries, absent-mindedly wondering if he was back yet. She thought she might have him taste her cooking, but her casual thoughts vanished when she looked up. A massive pillar of golden light erupted into the night sky from the direction of her apartment building. Her eyes widened in shock, reflecting the image of a fiery divine axe. She instantly recognized the energy of a ghost axe realm advancement. Yet something about it was far too overwhelming. This was no ordinary breakthrough. The scale of the energy was terrifying. Frozen in disbelief, she could only stare as the heavens themselves trembled. A massive golden hand formed in the clouds above, reshaping reality with its presence. At that moment, Lin Yi realized the truth. This was not the ghost axe realm. It was the legendary spirit creation realm. The realization that such a pioneer lived right beside her sent waves of shock and fear through her heart. The eruption of power did not go unnoticed. Miles away, in a high-tech command center, alarms screamed. Red lights flashed as technicians scrambled. On their screens, warning messages blazed. The anomaly value had spiked to a catastrophic 99, its location pinpointed southeast of the city. Su Qingying and a senior official both reacted in alarm. The official barked for immediate deployment, demanding all units converge on the site. Su Qingying muttered in disbelief, questioning how such immense power could have gone undetected. An energy reading of this magnitude was enough to erase an entire city. Before a holographic map of the city, military leaders held a tense emergency meeting. They debated the terrifying possibilities. Either a new godlike spirit creation pioneer had just emerged, or the city stood on the brink of annihilation. One grim-faced officer whispered the worst-case scenario. It could be both. The senior official, sweating, frantically called headquarters, begging them to deploy every advanced resource short of large-scale weapons. But before his panic spiraled further, a subordinate burst into the room. Breathless, he announced the emergency alert had been cancelled. The anomaly was not a monster. It was a pioneer undergoing promotion. Back on the rooftop, the blinding golden light finally faded. Fong Yi exhaled a quiet breath of relief. The breakthrough was complete. He had successfully stepped into the one-star spirit creation realm. Other than a lighter body and enhanced agility, he didn't feel a drastic increase in raw power. But he knew this was only the beginning. Fong Yi's quiet moment was interrupted when his phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Wang Ling. The text was a warning. An anomaly had appeared at Chingchong University's playground. Internal military sources confirmed it had become a pollution zone. More troubling, this was the second time the same anomaly had manifested. Fong Yi replied, saying he remembered the previous heat anomaly. Wang Ling confirmed it was the same one reoccurring, then jokingly told him not to reveal that he was the source of the intel. Fong Yi teased back, threatening to report him, but Wang Ling's tone suddenly turned serious. He admitted he was genuinely worried about Fong Yi's safety and urged him to be careful. Setting his phone down, Fong Yi grew thoughtful. His friend's warning reinforced his own approach. This was why he stayed cautious in dealing with both the military and the association. Fame would only bring unnecessary danger. That was why he had kept his Yang Flame attribute and his Crimson Flame blade technique hidden. They were his trump cards. Typing a final reply, he reassured Wang Ling not to worry, promising he still had aces left to play. At that moment, Lin Yi entered the apartment, announcing she was back. Spotting Fong Yi on the couch, she asked if he had eaten and offered him the takeout bag she carried. Distracted by his phone, he told her to leave it on the table and that he would eat later. She frowned, worry mixed with frustration. Inwardly, Lin Yi thought about her cousin's personality. To her, he was a good person but hopelessly lazy, content to stay home all day glued to his phone, uninterested even in college. The irony wasn't lost on her. While she and her fellow pioneers hid their identities and tirelessly sought opportunities, her cousin lived as if carefree and aimless. Exhausted, she retreated to her room and collapsed into bed. Still, she knew that word of the spirit creation realm pioneer in their district would spread like wildfire. Feeling duty-bound, she resolved that when the time came, she would protect her cousin, clueless as he seemed. Meanwhile, Fong Yi wasn't idly scrolling. He was carefully analyzing the news Wang Ling had sent. The video showed a raging inferno at the university playground. He recalled the first anomaly had been scorching heat. Now it had escalated into fire. Could this be another form of the Yang attribute? The flames spread unnaturally fast, burning with terrifying intensity. Witnesses online were shocked, some questioning if special forces were truly needed just to control a fire. Reports stated that trees and flower beds had been reduced to ash and the entire area locked down. The video was short, ending abruptly, but Fong Yi could tell this incident was far more severe than the previous one. He wondered how this new Yang attribute would differ. Deciding he had to investigate personally, he concluded his best option was to contact Ji Roy Yen. With her authority, he could gain access to the sealed site. The next day, a crowd of reporters gathered at Chingchong University's gates. Soldiers stood in formation, blocking their entry. Shouts filled the air as journalists demanded answers. Were the rumors of an unstoppable fire true? And why wasn't such a large-scale incident in the news? As the chaos mounted, Ji Roy Yen and Fong Yi arrived. The reporters fell silent, staring at the pair with curiosity, wondering who these two imposing figures were. Without hesitation, the soldiers at the gate opened the way, letting them through without question. The crowd of reporters was left outside, confused and frustrated, watching the gates close behind the pair who had entered effortlessly where they had been completely barred. Inside the cordoned-off zone, Fong Yi and Ji Roy Yen surveyed the smoldering ruins of the university playground. Fong Yi remarked on the sheer destructive force, wondering aloud if this was the skyfire he had heard about. Ji Roy Yen confirmed that was its official designation. She explained its terrifying nature. It appeared without warning, could not be extinguished, and would only die out after reducing everything it desired to ash. The name, she said, was grimly fitting. After their initial survey, Ji Roy Yen told Fong Yi she needed to visit the principal's office and asked if he could wait. He nodded, assuring her he would be fine on his own. Alone, he walked along the edge of the destroyed grounds, now sectioned off with yellow tape. Kneeling, he touched the scorched earth. His sharp senses noted the ground was already cold and, more importantly, that there was no lingering spiritual energy from the skyfire. With mild disappointment, he realized his plan had been too simple. There was no attribute here for him to collect. His thoughts were broken when a familiar voice called his name. Looking up, he saw his ex-girlfriend Chu Qingli standing on the steps nearby, accompanied by a friend. She asked in surprise what he was doing there. Her friend, a girl with glasses, immediately recognized his name. She turned to Chu Qingli and asked if this was the ex-boyfriend she had mentioned, the one who had only gotten into a vocational college. Chu Qingli quietly confirmed it. With a smug look, the friend patted her shoulder and turned to Fong Yi. She sneered, saying she understood why he was there. Clearly still hung up on his ex. But now that the gap between their lives was so wide, he should give up. Fong Yi blinked in confusion at the absurd assumption, wondering why anyone would think he still cared. From a distance, other students began whispering. They speculated about who the man with the school beauty was, assuming he must be another rejected admirer. Some muttered he didn't look like a student from their university and complained about security letting an outsider in. Chu Qingli's friend with glasses stepped forward aggressively, glaring at Fong Yi. She boasted that Chu Qingli was now the campus belle and told him to think carefully about his actions. She warned that countless men far superior to him were pursuing her and that he didn't even rank. She ordered him to leave, claiming this was no place for him, and threatened to report him to the disciplinary office if he didn't explain how he had gotten inside. Chu Qingli, however, wore a complicated expression. She remembered his words when they had broken up, how he said he would never regret it. Yet here he was again. She convinced herself that his indifference back then had only been an act, and now he was showing his true feelings. The confrontation ended abruptly when Ji Roy Yen returned. She glanced at Chu Qingli and asked Fong Yi if she was his friend. Chu Qingli froze at the sudden appearance of the imposing red-haired officer. Fong Yi, expression cool, clarified that they had only been high school classmates and were not friends. Ji Roy Yen accepted the explanation with a curt nod, repeating the word, classmates. Sliding on a pair of sunglasses, her already intimidating aura grew sharper. Both Chu Qingli and her friend stiffened nervously, shaken by the officer's presence and wondering who she was, and what kind of man Fong Yi had become to stand beside her. Ji Roy Yen then turned to Fong Yi with an update. She said she had spoken with the principal, and the matter of the skyfire was more complicated than they had expected. The principal was on his way to personally escort them to the point where the fire had originated. As a newly recognized special military consultant, Fong Yi's presence was required. He accepted without hesitation. At that moment, a group of stern officials in dark suits arrived, ordering the students to scatter and declaring the playground sealed. Chu Qingli gasped when she recognized the man at the front, her own university principal. The surrounding students were stunned. Their principal was known as an incredibly busy man, rarely seen on campus. For him to appear in person was shocking enough, but to see him come directly for Fong Yi and the imposing red-haired woman left them in awe. Chu Qingli's friend, however, misread the scene entirely. She smirked, convinced the principal had come to punish the two intruders who didn't belong there. Chu Qingli herself stayed silent, unease flickering in her eyes. To their absolute shock, the principal did not approach Fong Yi and Ji Roy Yen as trespassers. Instead, the elderly man walked straight up to Fong Yi, and greeted him warmly with a respectful handshake. He addressed him as consultant, introduced by Ji Royen, and confessed how worried he had been about the university's anomalies and the safety of his students. He expressed his immense relief that they had come to resolve the crisis. Then, in an even more astonishing gesture, the principal bowed slightly to Fong Yi, formally placing him in charge of the entire matter. From where she stood, Chu Qingli could only stare, her entire view of her ex-boyfriend crumbling. Her friend's face twisted in disbelief, realizing how completely wrong she had been. The principal's security team quickly formed a barrier, pushing the students back and ordering all unrelated people to leave. As the crowd dispersed, confusion buzzed in the air. Why would their respected principal bow to such a young man? Whispers spread fast. Some guessed Fong Yi must have an extraordinary identity, one beyond anything they understood. A few recalled how, only moments earlier, he had been mocked as Chu Qingli's ex. Now, others whispered about the complete reversal, noting that even if she wanted to chase him, he might not even notice her. The final, cutting realization struck as the crowd observed how Fong Yi had not once looked at or acknowledged the campus bell. She stood there ignored, while the world around her shifted beyond her grasp. At Qingchang University's North District, the principal led Fong Yi and Ji Royen deeper into the campus, toward the anomaly site. As they walked, he recounted recent events. It had begun with the Golden Sun incident, which he had hoped marked the end of their troubles. But only nights later, a fire had broken out on the playground, so fierce that even the fire department had been powerless. Thankfully, it happened at night, sparing the students. His expression grew grave as he explained further. One fire might have been dismissed as a fluke, but it was followed by blazes on 2 more playgrounds. He himself had witnessed a crimson flame descend from the sky and hover in midair, a clear sign of something supernatural. While the other fires had eventually been extinguished, one still remained. As they approached the location, Fong Yi caught the acrid, choking smell of smoke. They entered a basketball court where a single hoop burned with an unquenchable flame. The principal gestured toward it. This was the origin, the one fire that simply could not be put out. Ji Royen checked the device strapped to her wrist. The screen displayed a reading of 11. She explained it was a spiritual anomaly detector, clarifying that any reading above 10 was considered disastrous for ordinary people, demanding a complete lockdown. Suddenly, the device began flashing and beeping violently. The number spiked, shooting straight to 60. Ji Royen cried out in alarm, her face pale. She warned the principal that if the energy continued climbing, it would engulf not just the university, but the entire city. Without hesitation, she declared that an elite squad of pioneers needed to be dispatched immediately to contain the threat. Before anyone could act, Fong Yi took matters into his own hands. Without a word, he vaulted over the chain-link fence, ignoring the warning signs and heading straight into the flames. Ji Royen and the principal could only watch in shock as the inferno swallowed him whole. At that moment, the reading on Ji Royen's wrist device spiked violently, shooting up to 110. She shouted in alarm that the anomaly had just been upgraded to S level. The principal, panicked, demanded to know what they should do now that Fong Yi was inside. Ji Royen could only stare into the fire, muttering that even the strongest soldiers of the Forbidden Zones wouldn't dare to enter such a place alone. Yet within the fire, Fong Yi stood untouched. His calm silhouette was framed against the raging blaze. He knew that just as his Yang attribute had once shielded him from divine thunder, it could also protect him here. But a new problem emerged. His protective aura, while guarding his body, also blocked him from making contact with the source flame. Without direct contact, his system couldn't activate to forge a new technique. Realizing his own power was both a shield and a barrier, Fong Yi focused on the heart of the flames. The skyfire coiled around the basketball hoop like a fiery dragon, roaring with fury. He understood that, to seize it, he needed to strike its core. In a daring move, he deliberately deactivated his Golden Sun protective aura, leaving himself completely vulnerable. The flames rushed in immediately, engulfing him in a storm of raw, searing energy. Agonizing pain ripped through his body, but he gritted his teeth and forced his hand forward, determined to touch the source. His gamble paid off. The instant his fingers brushed the core, his system activated, detecting the powerful fluctuation of the Skyfire attribute. Despite the agony, a grin spread across his face. The Skyfire's will was fierce, stronger even than the desolation attribute he had recently obtained. With iron resolve, he declared he would master it no matter the cost. The system's final calculation completed, and a new window appeared before him. Reward obtained, Skyfire Attribute Technique, 9 Dragon Skyfire Sealing Art. Designed to banish evil and seal all demons, the technique now belonged to him. The wild flames responded instantly, bending to his will. They coiled around his arm like a tamed dragon, no longer raging but bound in obedience. His system confirmed the technique was unlocked and ready for immediate use. Channeling his intent, Fong Yi began the extraction of the Skyfire attribute itself. Fiery markings spread across his face as his eyes blazed red, his entire body radiating raw heat. With hands forming a seal, he called out the name of his newfound art. A surge of power erupted. From his back, massive glowing chains of fire shot outward, lashing into the inferno. Outside the fence, Ji Roy Yen and the principal stared in awe. She immediately recognized the aura, whispering that it was a sealing technique. She had once seen a high-level military pioneer seal a forbidden land, and though Fong Yi's method was different, the aura was unmistakably the same. With a single command, Fong Yi ordered the chains to shrink. They pulled inward with immense force, dragging the raging Skyfire into a tightly bound orb of blazing energy. Suspended in the air, the chain sphere pulsed as he held it steady. The sealing was complete. Gently, the glowing orb descended back toward the basketball hoop, its fury contained. Fong Yi landed gracefully and turned to the stunned principal and Ji Roy Yen. Calmly, he explained the situation. He had temporarily sealed the Skyfire. He warned them not to unseal the playground or allow anyone near it for repairs. Fong Yi explained that the sealing would at least prevent the fire from spreading further. The principal readily agreed, promising to keep the playground sealed and noting it wasn't an issue since the university had several others. Ji Roy Yen, however, studied Fong Yi with an intense, unreadable expression. The principal, deeply impressed, praised Fong Yi for his humor and offered any help he might need. Before he could continue, Ji Roy Yen cut in, saying she needed to speak with Fong Yi privately. The principal excused himself cheerfully, leaving the two of them alone. Once he was gone, Ji Roy Yen faced Fong Yi, her tone sharp and direct. She told him he had been hiding his true depths remarkably well. Fong Yi tried to brush it off casually, saying that the Skyfire had been difficult to manage, but she saw through his act immediately. With a piercing gaze, she told him to stop pretending, clarifying that she wasn't talking about the fire at all, but about his extraordinary talent and unmatched strength. After a pause, she softened her words, admitting it was natural for pioneers to guard their secrets, especially one as powerful as him. Fong Yi remained calm and silent as she continued, her tone shifting into something more sincere. She spoke of the future. A chaotic world on the horizon. A time of upheaval where the Zio nation would desperately need top-tier talents like him. She put his potential into perspective, saying that once spiritual energy fully revived, a man of his caliber would be as significant as a modern nuclear weapon. Because of this, she warned every great power, from the military's forbidden zones to the Spiritual Energy Association, would fight to recruit him. She told him to prepare himself for offers from high-level officials bearing gifts and promises beyond imagination. Ji Roy Yen admitted her motives plainly. If he chose her unit, they would gain a priceless ally and a powerful friend. That was why she advised him to start considering his options now, so he wouldn't be caught unprepared when the time came. Fong Yi stayed quiet for a moment before asking why both she and Wang Ling had seemed hesitant to recruit him directly, almost as if they felt unworthy. Ji Roy Yen explained that it was because of another legendary military region, a unit so powerful that she believed it would interest him far more than her own. A faint smirk crossed Fong Yi's lips as he asked if she meant one of the nation's top-level forces. She confirmed it, though she admitted she rarely saw them herself. Still, she had heard they had been extremely active lately, to the point that even officers from other regions felt the pressure of their operations. Changing the subject, she suggested they move on. The principal had invited them to dine at the university cafeteria. As they walked, Fong Yi's mind turned inward. He silently concluded that even the country's strongest forces were struggling with immense problems of their own. Ji Roy Yan's words implied that terrifying anomalies, far beyond the reach of current pioneers, were already appearing. He realized that the ones facing such threats had to include spirit creation cultivators like himself, and perhaps even some stronger. A new urgency surged through him. The day of full spiritual energy revival was coming fast, and his preparations were far from complete. His thoughts then shifted back to his immediate task, how best to wield the Skyfire attribute he had just acquired. He analyzed its essence. A wild, irregular, all-consuming flame that left nothing behind. It was perfectly suited for destroying anomalies that could regenerate endlessly. Then an idea struck him. The untamed fury of the Skyfire aligned perfectly with his crimson flame blade technique. He imagined channeling that devastating energy into his sword, and a grin tugged at his lips. Such an enhancement would take his combat power to an entirely new level. To test his newly awakened powers, Fong Yi makes his way to the back mountain, the secluded place he has long used for training. Upon arrival, he is startled to discover the path now blocked by a large wooden sign that warns the mountain is dangerous and strictly off-limits. He wonders who could have done this. Knowing the area has never harbored monsters, and doubting the military would uncover his training grounds so quickly, he reasons that only the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association could be responsible. They alone would know his habits and choose to grant him such a gift. Realizing the association has deliberately turned this area into his private training field, an attempt to win his favor, Fong Yi smiles faintly and decides to accept their goodwill. But before he can dwell further, his sharp senses pick up an unwelcome presence. Someone or something has slipped onto the mountain. Fong Yi feels a familiar aura, reminiscent of the one he encountered back at the factory, though much weaker. Lurking in the shadows of the trees, a huge monkey-like monster with blazing red eyes observes him closely. Fong Yi notes its intelligence. It hesitates, measuring his strength instead of charging recklessly. His blade already glows with energy, and he decides this is the perfect chance to put on a display of his might. At that moment, a system window materializes before his eyes, asking whether he wishes to embed the newly obtained Skyfire attribute into his Tang sword. The description explains that Skyfire is a devastating light-based attribute, ideal for purging evil. With determination blazing in his gaze, Fong Yi confirms. Instantly, his blade erupts in towering, crackling flames that stretch skyward. His lips curl into an excited smirk as he anticipates merging the unending power of Skyfire with his crimson flame blade technique. Declaring the mutant beast his first trial, Fong Yi swings and unleashes a colossal storm of fire. The creature is caught off guard, its eyes widening in horror as it is consumed by the raging inferno, shrieking in agony. Standing calmly in the sea of flames he conjured, Fong Yi evaluates his power. He realizes his attack has multiplied in strength, twice or perhaps 3 times stronger than before, and, more importantly, the fire cannot harm him. Running his fingers over the flaming blade, he is surprised to find it perfectly cool to the touch. Suddenly, his instincts warn him the beast survived the assault and is attempting to flee. With a resolute look, he gives chase, intent on testing how far it can go. Meanwhile, deeper within the same forest, a young woman with curly red hair is broadcasting a live stream, her phone fixed to a selfie stick. She cheerfully tells her audience she is no fraud, only impossibly lucky, claiming that incredible content always finds its way to her. The viewers remain skeptical, and one taunts her to prove her luck by heading to Ching-Chong University to film the mysterious Skyfire phenomenon everyone has been discussing. Just then, her confident demeanor freezes into horror. From the undergrowth bursts the same monkey-like creature that escaped Fong Yi. It lunges and brutally knocks her down, the impact sending her phone tumbling through the air. The screen cracks as it strikes the ground, Yet the live stream continues. Through the fractured glass, her viewers watch the monster pinning her body, mistakenly thinking it's nothing more than staged effects. But she is in genuine peril, muffled cries escaping as the beast's paw presses over her mouth. Its gaping jaws open wide, fangs bared for a lethal bite. In the instant before it strikes, a massive surge of blazing energy shaped like a dragon's head roars forth, slamming into the beast and hurling it violently backward. The streamer lifts her head in shock, realizing she was saved in the very last instant. Her viewers erupt with excitement, not because they recognize the danger is real, but because they believe the fiery dragon they just witnessed must be an incredible display of special effects. The sudden twist causes her live audience to surge rapidly, climbing past 13,000. Still trembling, she looks over her shoulder, asking who is there. She scrambles to recover her fallen phone and, once back on her feet, raises it toward the raging fire. Her voice shakes as she shouts that she has captured something amazing on film, that a person is actually standing within the flames. The cracked screen captures Fong Yi's silhouette, completely unscathed in the inferno. In her terrified and amazed state, she concludes she has been rescued by a true immortal. The clip spreads like wildfire online. Fong Yi's rescue of the streamer Mala instantly goes viral, climbing to the very top of trending topics with more than 13.5 million views. Headlines shout his legend: the mysterious man of Skyfire, the king of flames, an immortal who has descended to Earth. In an office nearby, Chuck Chingley's friend calls her over, thrilled as she points at her computer screen. Excitedly, she insists this proves cultivators are real and that the Skyfire at the university was no fraud. Chuck Chingley brushes it aside, dismissing it as acting and visual effects. Yet as she peers closer at the screen, her confident look freezes into shock and recognition. Her friend, still unaware, gushes that the man is handsome and proudly says she was right, only to notice the silence from her stunned companion. Inside, Chuck Chingley battles with herself. She repeats that the video must be fake, that the figure only resembles Fong Yi. She tells herself that if it really were him, the flames would have reduced him to ash. But denial gives way to dread as the possibility takes hold. It might truly be him. Fear grips her as she considers he could use such strength to take revenge for their breakup. Her heart races, yet she steels her pride, vowing that she will never bow to him no matter what. Elsewhere, the red-haired captain of Lin Yi's pioneer squad shows the viral video to Yi on her phone. She asks if the man seems familiar, suggesting he is the same person who saved them from the monstrous vine. Yi nods and agrees, then shares something startling. She recently learned that a master who broke into the spirit creation realm lives quietly in her neighborhood. The thought begins to trouble her. Could her quiet cousin and this incredible figure actually be one and the same? In another part of the city, Zhang Xia and a fellow pioneer who fought in the lava cave also watch the clip. The man immediately recognizes Fong Yi's stance, marveling at how much stronger he has grown. His companion points out that his sword technique is identical. Both realize how fortunate they were to have him on their side. The news continues to spread, reaching the highest levels of the nation's two great organizations. Inside a sleek skyscraper, likely the association headquarters, senior officials gather as the city's crisis worsens and pioneers struggle to keep up. In a high-level meeting, Such Qingying addresses the room, saying the military has already been in direct contact with Fong Yi and that she firmly believes he will agree to help them. Meanwhile, inside a tense military command center, G.I. Royan, Major Han Li, and other officers study the intelligence, preparing for what lies ahead. They are stunned by his unbelievable progress, calling him a monster for reaching the spirit creation realm in such a short time. The officers debate how many high-tier attributes he may already hold, with one concluding it must be 3 or perhaps even more. They agree that trying to threaten him was foolish, deciding that their only real path forward is recruitment. Major Han Li then asks whether the High Command has chosen to approach him in person. G.I. Royan confirms they have, but explains that the upper brass remain hesitant, unwilling to humble themselves since every previous top pioneer had always come from the military's own ranks. Taking charge, Major Han Li sets out their next plan. He orders his men to determine what weapons or equipment Fong Yi might require and to offer him details on training locations as gestures of goodwill. He also issues one final critical directive. The viral live stream and all rumors tied to it must be properly managed and tightly controlled. Across the Sea Nation, every figure within the spiritual energy circle is now focused squarely on Fong Yi. Both Suching and Ji Royan think of his future. Suching worries about the immense weight now on his shoulders, while Ji Royan smiles faintly, confident in what he may achieve. Both women, leading their own groups, wait eagerly to see what this extraordinary youth will do next. Meanwhile, in a quiet hospital ward, the steady rhythm of a heart monitor fills the room. A mysterious woman with long purple hair sits by the bed of an unseen patient she addresses as her teacher. Speaking softly, she remarks that with someone as strong as Fong Yi appearing, the Xia Nation has gained new hope. She adds that perhaps her teacher's chances of waking have now grown a little brighter. The following day, back in his apartment, Fong Yi eats breakfast while reflecting on everything that happened. He thinks about how the battle at the back mountain became a viral sensation, all because one bold streamer had snuck past the warning signs for the sake of views. As he eats, he notices the video has already been erased from the internet and the streamer's account banned, concluding it must be the work of the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. His casual thoughts are interrupted as unease rises within him. His cousin Lin Yi never came home the previous night and hasn't sent him a single message. Even if she were away on a mission, this silence is unusual. Worry gnaws at him as he tries calling her phone, but the attempt goes straight to an out-of-service notice. Alarmed now, he feels something is wrong and resolves to go and find her. Deep inside a mist-shrouded forest, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader of her pioneer squad wander aimlessly, trapped with no way out. The leader, injured and weary, asks Yi if she knows how long they've been stuck. He estimates it has been close to 10 hours, though she can no longer be sure. Wincing in pain and clutching her side, the leader apologizes repeatedly, blaming herself for dragging Yi into the mess. She explains she thought they were simply investigating a harmless anomaly. Yi refuses the apology, insisting her own weakness is the problem. She urges her leader to stay sharp and conserve what little strength remains. Even as she tries to be strong, her thoughts drift to the master she once saw, wishing she had even a fragment of his power to rescue them. Their tense exchange is cut off when a colossal, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes and a spiked form looms out of the fog directly behind them. The shadowy monster burst out of the fog, its claws reaching straight for the red-haired leader. Acting on instinct, Lin Yi shoved her comrade out of danger with a sharp cry of warning. She then raised her palm, unleashing a surge of bright blue spiritual energy that shaped into a gleaming blade of light, slicing cleanly through the beast's neck and severing its head. As they scrambled back to their feet, new figures emerged from the swirling haze, grotesque, zombie-like forms stumbling toward them. Yi's face paled as she realized the truth. These were once people who had been trapped here, now twisted into puppets after death. She struck one down, watching in disgust as it dissolved into a pool of black mist. Turning to her leader, she explained that the true monster was toying with them, turning its victims into these puppets. The leader, clutching her side, added grimly that their attacks could not harm the mist itself and their spiritual energy was draining too fast, while the real enemy remained hidden. The two quickly grasped their grim reality. They were caught inside an illusion spun by the monster, a swirling gray space where escape was impossible. The creature was simply waiting them out, letting exhaustion take hold. A bead of sweat trickled down the red-haired leader's cheek as the hopelessness of their plight sank in. Suddenly the air above split open, and a single massive blood red eye gazed down upon them. The leader screamed Yi's name in terror. The revolting orb pulsed and throbbed, its flesh bubbling until it multiplied, dividing into dozens of smaller, slimy eyeballs. Furious and desperate, the red-haired leader lashed out wildly, hacking apart several of the flying eyes in a frenzied rage. Yi, sensing a shift in the monster's aura, shouted a warning not to act recklessly. Losing its patience at last, The enormous eye released a devastating blast of concentrated crimson energy. He raised a crystal barrier in haste, but the force of the attack was overwhelming. Her shield shattered into fragments, and she suddenly found herself alone, engulfed by darkness, surrounded on all sides by the countless glowing red eyes. Her heart sank as despair crept in. Was this how her story would end? Shadowy tendrils wrapped around her body, dragging her deeper into the suffocating void. The leader's voice vanished, swallowed entirely by the darkness. Yi's stomach twisted as she realized they had both been consumed by the monster's domain. Guilt flooded her thoughts. She admitted bitterly to herself that she had been arrogant, foolish to believe they could tackle such a threat alone. Accepting the end, her mind wandered helplessly to the future she would never witness. The dawn of a new era after full spiritual energy revival. She longed to see that magnificent age, but tears ran down her face as she reached into the abyss, her hand trembling. Closing her eyes, she resigned herself to death. But then, just as hope seemed gone, an explosion of brilliant blue light erupted, ripping through the darkness. A figure stormed into the shadowy realm, radiating immense power, his entire body glowing with crackling thunder. It was Fong Yi. His eyes shone with dazzling energy as he muttered to himself that he had nearly arrived too late. Yi's eyes widened in shock, tears still streaking her face as she gasped his name, recognizing him instantly as her cousin. With a strike of divine thunder, Fong Yi shattered the entire false domain, obliterating the monster's grip. He landed gracefully in the now cleared forest, lightning still sparking across his hand, his aura still thrumming with raw power. He had saved both his cousin and her unconscious leader. He could only stare, her heart pounding, overwhelmed by the revelation. The cousin she had always thought of as ordinary and lazy was, in truth, an extraordinary pioneer of unimaginable strength. The fight is not finished. From the shadows behind Fong Yi emerges the true body of the anomaly, a grotesque fleshy orb covered in countless eyes. Snapping out of her shock, Yi cries out in alarm, warning him that the creature's main form is right behind him. Fong Yi, however, remains completely calm. His hand blazes with golden-red skyfire, and a confident smirk spreads across his face. He sees this as the ideal chance to test his newly awakened power against a dark attribute foe. With explosive speed, he lunges forward, unleashing his crimson flame blade technique. Now fused with the divine, unquenchable force of skyfire, the strike envelopes the monster in raging fire. The abomination shrieks in agony before it is consumed entirely by the sacred flames. In the aftermath, the red-haired leader slowly regains consciousness. She sees herself and Yi sitting within a protective circle of fire. Dazed and frightened, she asks Yi if they have died and been dragged into hell along with the beast. Yi, calmer now, shakes her head and tells her to look carefully. They are still alive. The leader repeats the words with disbelief, then asks who saved them. At that moment, Fong Yi strolls toward his cousin and her commander, a small smile on his face as the flames around them fade away. He tells them the danger is over and, noticing the time, casually remarks that they probably haven't eaten breakfast yet. The red-haired leader stares at him, realization flashing across her face. She leaps to her feet, eyes filled with awe and excitement, and points at Fong Yi, declaring that he is the same man who saved them in Yong Hua town from the terrifying death vine. Fong Yi pauses, surprised he was recognized so easily. Lin Yi, stunned, turns to her leader, asking if she really means that the master of fire who cut down the vine was also her cousin. Her leader turns back to Yi, equally shocked, and asks how such a supermaster could possibly be her relative when Yi had described him as utterly ordinary. Fong Yi scratches the back of his head with an awkward grin. Still buzzing with excitement, the leader grabs Yi's shoulders and reminds her that this was the very same savior who struck down the death vine with a single slash. Yi's thoughts whirl as she tries to piece everything together. She realizes that her cousin truly is the high-level fire user, but her confusion grows, because just moments earlier she had seen him unleash an incredibly pure thunder attribute to destroy the Shadow's domain. Slowly, the full weight of it hits her. Not only does her cousin command two different high-grade attributes, fire and thunder, but he may also be the one responsible for the immense disturbance she felt in her neighborhood, the one that signaled a breakthrough into the legendary spirit creation realm. Her heart pounds as the implications become clear. Fong Yi, tired of the speculation, finally interrupts. With a nod, he confirms that yes, it was all him. Then he changes the subject, asking why they had come to face such a creature alone when they should have known a dark attribute anomaly was never to be underestimated. He demands to know where the rest of their squadmates were. The red-haired leader explains with a sigh that their team was incomplete. One member was sick and stuck at home, while another had been sent on a difficult mission, leaving only the two of them to investigate. He admits the fault was hers, confessing that after her recent breakthrough she had grown reckless, foolishly believing she could handle the mission by herself. Fong Yi listens in silence, his face thoughtful. He recalls the discord he had observed within their squad before. He notes that the leader, once so critical of her teammates, now defends them before an outsider. He recognizes her loyalty, and he realizes that his perceptive cousin must have sensed the instability in their team as well. With his identity now revealed to two people he feels he can rely on, he makes a proposal. Turning to E and her leader, he calmly asks if they would be willing to form a team with him. Both women freeze in disbelief, stunned into silence, until the red-haired leader bursts out with joy. Clasping her hands together, she exclaims in delight that she must be the luckiest person alive to gain such an opportunity, blessed by Yi's connection. Yi, however, feels something deeper. She suddenly understands that a pioneer as powerful as her cousin must have known her secret all along and had quietly been watching over her. On this difficult and lonely path of cultivation, the knowledge that she has a reliable family member by her side, helping her without asking for anything in return, fills her heart with joy and relief. A single tear of gratitude slips down her cheek. She wipes it away, then beams brightly, flashing a peace sign at her cousin and thanking him sincerely, promising she will cook him 2 extra eggs for dinner. At that moment, Yi's phone buzzes with a new notification. She announces that Sister Jaylin, the mysterious and powerful member of their pioneer squad, has just posted a fresh mission. The alert describes a dangerous collection task inside the extreme dark zone, explicitly tied to the dark attribute. Jaylin ends her post with a stern warning, urging everyone to think carefully before signing up. Fong Yi turns to them and asks what they know of this place. He explains it lies on the nation's border and is strictly forbidden by Z's government. The dark attribute energy concentrated there is so overwhelming that most pioneers avoid it altogether. She adds that many of the strange anomalies plaguing their city are actually leakages of energy from this forbidden zone. The danger is so great that even the authorities have failed to investigate deeply, as previous expeditions ended in disaster. Intrigued, Fong Yi suggests they consider it and tells Yi to message Jaylin for details. Yi shakes her head, saying it is useless. Jaylin is famously secretive and rarely speaks more than a few words. Fong Yi ponders this, deducing that if Jaylin can issue a mission inside a top-secret government-controlled zone, she must either be a daring rogue defying the authorities or a figure of high rank within the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. He concludes the latter is most likely. Despite her doubts, E, using her online handle Funu, sends a message expressing her interest and asking for more information. To their surprise, Jaylin replies with unusual detail. The mission, she writes, is to collect an item known as the Shizai flower. She warns that while the rewards are far higher than usual, every danger inside the extreme dark zone is tied to the dark attribute, and the risk is greater than anything they have faced. She stresses clearly that all pioneers should form teams before attempting it. The two women are shocked by how detailed the reply is, as it is completely unlike Jaylin. A moment later, another message arrives, even more blunt. She warns them the task could involve an S-level anomaly and that the death rate is extremely high, strongly urging them to reconsider. Then comes a final piece of advice, thinly veiled but clear. If they have a strong and trustworthy pioneer to rely on, it is not too late to accept. Elsewhere, the mysterious purple-haired woman from the hospital is revealed as Jilin. Surrounded by guards, She walks a corridor while glancing at her phone, thinking to herself that she has done all she can. The decision now rests with that person, whether or not they will take the challenge. Back in the park, Fong Yi smirks, having caught the subtext instantly. He tells Yi that Jalen's message is not just a warning but a direct invitation. He interprets the hidden meaning aloud. I know who you are. I know a pioneer of your level would be tempted, and I'm daring you to come. With certainty, Fong Yi realizes this entire mission posting was aimed squarely at him. Looking out toward a vision of the dark, desolate extreme dark zone, he finds the prospect exciting and decides that he will indeed be going there. Lin Yi, under her online alias Fungu, officially accepts the mission and informs Gaolan that her team consists of 3 members. The scene shifts to a hospital waiting area, where Gaolan walks alongside 2 female aides. One of them expresses concern about the small size of the team that just signed up. Gaolan, however, remains composed and confident. She replies that if he is truly the kind of pioneer the Xian nation can rely on, then he will come. The helper presses further, worried about what will happen to the other pioneers if he doesn't show. Gaolan responds calmly. If he doesn't come, it simply means their fates were never meant to align. As they continue walking, a faint smirk appears on her face. She turns to her aides and questions whether they really believe the mission to retrieve the Shizai flower was ever about sending powerful pioneers to die. In reality, she explains, the mission's true objective is quite the opposite. A vision reveals the Shizai flower, an eerie bloom that grows from a dark, cursed pool, nourished by the souls and bodies of fallen pioneers. Gaolan explains that retrieving this flower is a crucial step in strengthening the nation. It's the only way to save even more pioneers in the long run. The deeper purpose of this perilous task, she explains, is twofold. To protect the future core strength of the Xia nation, represented by the next generation of pioneers like Fong Yi and his team, shown traveling by subway to their mission, and to resurrect the elite warriors who've already fallen in battle. Gaolan and her aides arrive at a hospital room where her comatose mentor lies. Holding his hand, she quietly reaffirms their goal. They must obtain more Shizai flowers at any cost. She reveals his identity. He is the only pioneer in the Xia nation to have reached the legendary Jinggang realm. The Shizai flower is the only thing that might wake him. Gaolan elaborates on his strategic importance. If he returns to full strength, a Jinggang powerhouse would be equivalent to a modern-day nuclear weapon, an unparalleled bargaining chip in international diplomacy. In her eyes, sacrificing a few pioneers or even entire squads is a price worth paying for his return. One of her aides voices concern for Gaolan's own health, reminding her that the mission isn't the only thing that matters. The comment triggers a visceral reaction. Gaolan's expression darkens as she repeats the words, "My health is important." Her voice rises with emotion as she declares that her life only holds value because it was bought with the lives of her fallen comrades. They died to save her. Overwhelmed, she clutches her head in pain, a physical manifestation of her trauma. After a brief moment, she regains her composure and apologizes. One of the aides asks if her headache has returned. Gaolan brushes it off, saying it's not yet time for her medicine. A fleeting memory of her once joyful team flashes through her mind. She turns away, her expression filled with sorrow and exhaustion, and quietly mutters that it's all in the past. The story then flashes back to a harrowing memory from Gaolan's past. In a desolate battlefield, a desperate voice screams for the sword-wielding squad to retreat. A younger Gaolan kneels among the bodies of her fallen comrades. Her dying captain entrusts her with the mission to retrieve the Shizai flower. Gripped by despair, torn between her duty and her fallen friends, she refuses to abandon him. In his final moments, the captain places his hand on hers, transferring his spiritual energy. He urges her to survive and hopes his power will aid her. As he passes, Gaolan realizes the brutal nature of the dark zone, an unforgiving place where even the strongest may fall. Back in the present, Gaolan stands in the hospital, lost in thought, reflecting on that tragic day. She reveals the bitter irony of her team's sacrifice. They gave her their power, unaware that the Shizai flower becomes useless if tainted by blood or not picked perfectly intact. Despite saving her life, their mission ultimately failed. Later, after a long journey, Fong Yi's new team arrives at the desolate outskirts of the extreme dark zone. The red-haired team leader complains about the exhausting trek and questions why they didn't just fly, given their abilities. He explains that, even for pioneers, sustained flight isn't possible without an overwhelmingly high spiritual energy level. Fong Yi remains silent, his glowing red eyes fixed on their destination. They finally reach a massive, heavily guarded checkpoint marking the entrance to the zone. Beyond the tank traps and layers of fencing, a shimmering blue energy barrier hums ominously. Fong Yi confirms that this must be the extreme dark zone. Even from this distance and through multiple layers of protection, he can feel the oppressive aura of the dark attribute radiating outward. Yi and the red-haired leader react with visible discomfort. The leader remarks that the energy here is 1,000 times more terrifying than the monster they previously faced. Fong Yi tells them to remain calm. Then he gestures toward the crowd. Pioneers of all types, already assembled at the checkpoint, waiting for the mission to begin. He speculates that most of the pioneers aren't here just for the generous reward. She explains that dark attribute energy is notoriously hard to handle, ruthless and inherently hostile to humans. But with an increasing number of dark attribute monsters attacking cities, pioneers have realized that ignoring the root cause is no longer an option. Many have come to confront the threat directly and seek a way to counter it. The red-haired leader agrees with Yi's reasoning, and Fong Yi gives a faint smile, clearly impressed by his cousin's sharp insight. The scene pans over the waiting pioneers, a wild mix of individuals, each with distinctive gear and personal styles, all preparing for what lies beyond the gates. As they wait, Fong Yi shares his motivation for taking on such a dangerous mission. He recalls that he has already encountered dark attribute monsters twice before. The first was a grotesque mutated rabbit, more rat-like than rabbit. The second encounter was with the serpent and its cunning partner, the Candle Knight, a devious pair that worked together to trap and eliminate pioneers. That mission nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Association. He explains that the most disturbing detail, as he correctly pointed out, is that these creatures appear to be deliberately and intelligently bypassing military defenses around the cities. He suspects they're using some unknown method to infiltrate urban areas. These incidents have become alarmingly frequent, and the threat is now too severe to ignore. If they don't face the source, the cities will eventually fall. Therefore, he concludes, entering the extreme dark zone is no longer a choice. It's a necessity. Back at the checkpoint, a military officer observes as Su Chini briefs a group of pioneers near the energy barrier. Her expression is grim and focused, fully aware of the dangers ahead. Her composure falters when she spots a familiar group approaching. Shock washes over her as she sees Fong Yi walking up alongside Lin Yi and the red-haired leader. Her green-haired subordinate, Zhang Xia, is equally stunned and calls out to her. But Su Chini is frozen in place, hand covering her mouth in panic. She silently prays that the great master won't notice her in the crowd. Her hopes are quickly dashed when Fong Yi spots her. He narrows his eyes and calls out her name, Captain Su, his voice filled with curiosity and recognition. Resigned, Su Chinji walks over with her cloaked squad members, having already received military intelligence on Fong Yi's team. The red-haired leader, always playful and mischievous, eyes the beautiful silver-haired girl and teasingly asks Fong Yi if she's his sister-in-law, a joking term for a potential girlfriend. The comment immediately throws both Yi and Su Chinji into a flustered panic. Blushing and frantically waving her arms, Su Chinji exclaims that it's a huge misunderstanding. Fong Yi remains composed and calmly clarifies that she is not his girlfriend. He explains that she is Captain Su of the Spiritual Energy Association, someone who helps him with logistical matters and other minor tasks. However, the explanation only worsens Su Chinji's embarrassment, as she finds being described in such a dismissive way even more irritating than the romantic assumption. Before the moment can settle, their conversation is interrupted by a loud, arrogant voice. An imposing older man clad in heavy red armor, flanked by two equally armored pioneers, steps forward and sneers at the group. He mocks them as a bunch of shameless brats and complains that the new generation of pioneers is both too young and too disrespectful, even failing to greet their elders properly. He scolds them for chatting so casually in such a dangerous place, finishing with a sarcastic remark. He hopes they can rely on each other inside the extreme dark zone. The red-haired leader bristles with anger, but Yi steps in, placing a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Fong Yi steps forward as well, standing between them and signaling his teammate to stand down. Unintimidated, the red-haired leader points a finger at the armored man and fires back, telling him to mind his own business. She warns him that once they're inside, no one knows who'll be the first to scream in fear. The man's glare sharpens into a furious scowl. Just then, the tension is broken by the sound of an approaching vehicle. The older man smirks, seeing that their transport has arrived. A large armored carrier, flashing police lights, pulls up. Its rear doors open with a mechanical hiss. From within, the mysterious Gaolan emerges, immediately capturing the attention of every pioneer present. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd as they recognize her. Sister Gaolan, a notorious and powerful figure. With 2 guards at her side, she strides forward, radiating authority. The pioneers whisper among themselves, wondering who she is to warrant such a grand entrance. Fong Yi watches her approach, quickly deducing her role. She is the one who will open the gate. Gaolan stops before the massive, crackling blue energy barrier. She raises her hand, summoning a swirl of pure energy until a glowing blue symbol materializes in her palm. With a forceful motion, she pushes the symbol forward. The barrier shudders, then tears open, revealing a shadowy path into the forbidden zone beyond. As the portal stabilizes, the S-Class mission officially begins. With red and black energy whipping around her, Gaolan stands before the portal and gives the final directive. She warns the pioneers that the Shizai flowers must be collected whole and must not come into contact with human blood. If they do, the flowers will be useless, and no reward will be granted. With that, she tells them to begin. The large group of pioneers starts moving forward into the ominous gateway. As they walk, a member of the red-armored man's squad grumbles under his breath, accusing Gaolan of sending them to their deaths while staying behind herself. His leader silences him sharply, reminding him that if they die, their families will be well compensated by the government. As Fong Yi's group watches the others enter, Su Qinji discreetly analyzes the strength of the surrounding teams. She identifies the arrogant red-armored man as a 1-star spirit creation realm cultivator, the same level as Fong Yi. Su Qinji also noted that several powerful individuals were concealing their auras, making them difficult to assess accurately, while the rest appeared to be solid pioneers within the 1-star to 3-star Ghost Axe realm. After evaluating the scene, she concluded that all the teams were more or less equal in overall strength. Fong Yi was surprised to learn that the arrogant man was also at the spirit creation realm, as he hadn't sensed any strong spiritual energy from him. He thought to himself that the mission must be extremely difficult to have drawn so many elite squads. Back outside, one of Gaolan's assistants approached with a final report on a tablet. The data confirmed that a total of 37 1st-star Ghost Axe pioneers, 7 1-star Spirit Creation pioneers, and 3 3-star Ghost Axe pioneers had entered the zone. The mission involved monsters ranging from B-level to S-level in classification. Gaolan calmly instructed her assistant to prepare the monitoring equipment, assuring her that she was fully prepared. Inside the portal, the pioneers found themselves in a bleak, dark, mist-choked wasteland lined with twisted, dead trees. As Fong Yi's group stepped into the extreme dark zone, they were immediately surrounded by shadowy black tendrils of energy. Fong Yi warned everyone to stay close, explaining that the overwhelming dark attribute would impair their vision and that getting separated could be fatal. His warning came just in time. Moments later, the red-haired leader stumbled to her knees, suddenly overcome with nausea. She apologized, saying she couldn't stop herself from throwing up. Su Qinji calmly knelt beside her, reassuring her that it was a normal reaction. She explained that the horrific stench in the air was a mix of rotting corpses and brain fluid, a scent that most people couldn't tolerate. She gestured toward another group of pioneers in the distance who were also on the ground, retching from the polluted air, showing that even similarly ranked cultivators were not immune. Su Qinji went on to explain that the dark attribute naturally opposed the energy used by pioneers. It acted like a form of spiritual pollution, gradually weakening them the longer they stayed. Worse still, the monsters in the zone were known to be unusually active and aggressive. Fong Yi listened carefully as she outlined the standard monster classifications. B-level monsters posed a serious threat to pioneers of the same level. A-level monsters were powerful enough to warrant the involvement of spirit creation realm cultivators, like those assigned to this mission. S-level monsters were in a league of their own, disaster-class threats, capable of challenging even Jinggang realm legends. She added one final, grim detail. Within the extreme dark zone, the dark attribute amplified the power of monsters significantly. A creature that would normally be considered B-level outside the zone would easily be A-level or higher inside it. The red-haired leader was stunned by this revelation. Lin Yi, clearly concerned, asked Su Qinji whether she and her team were affected by the pollution. Su Qinji chuckled and replied that they were used to dealing with dark-type creatures. The smell no longer affected them. She also revealed that she had recently broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was currently working to evolve her water attribute into an ice attribute. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, then turned back to Su Qinji and asked if she, too, felt her spiritual energy being heavily suppressed, more so than during past missions. Su Qinji confirmed her suspicion, adding that many high-level masters, including elite 1-star spirit creation military officers, had died in this zone. She warned that they needed to remain vigilant and extremely cautious. As the group moved deeper into the lifeless, mist-shrouded landscape, Su Qinji took the lead. She looked ahead and noticed that the group in front of them had vanished from sight. She turned back and urged her team to increase their pace before they lost visual contact entirely. Su Qinji then gave an important instruction. Everyone should speak less to conserve physical strength and focus their spiritual energy, preventing the heavy dark mist from exploiting any weakness. As they walked, Fong Yi reflected on his condition. He was surprised that he didn't feel the same severe discomfort as the others. He reasoned that his enhanced Yang and Thunder attributes naturally resisted the dark attribute, or perhaps his spiritual power had simply grown stronger since his breakthrough to the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere in the zone, the arrogant pioneer and his squad were locked in a fierce battle. With a powerful slash of his glowing green sword, the leader decapitated a monstrous beast in one strike. Laughing boastfully, he mocked the dangers of the zone. His teammates cheered as he declared that they would be the ones to seize the Shizai flower, vowing to show the younger generation what true strength looked like. Back with Fong Yi's group, Lin Yi was still struggling with nausea, her quiet gagging betraying her discomfort. Fong Yi noticed and thought to himself that despite her power, she was still just a child. He gently placed a hand on her back, channeling a soothing wave of spiritual energy into her. The effect was immediate. Lin Yi felt the nausea and chilling cold vanish, replaced by a comforting warmth like the gentle sun in winter. She marveled at the incredible strength of the spirit creation realm and commented on the warmth, assuming it to be a rare, high-grade fire attribute. She reflected on how her own wood attribute absorbed energy slowly, and how Su Qinji had mentioned her own water attribute evolving into the rare ice attribute. Fong Yi corrected her, explaining that it wasn't fire but the Yang attribute. He apologized for not telling her earlier and casually revealed that he was responsible for both the North Gate incident and the fire at Qing University's playground. The red-haired leader was stunned. In disbelief, she asked if he was admitting to possessing 3 different high-grade attributes. Fong Yi explained that the 2 fire-related events were not the same, pointing out subtle but critical differences between the Yang and Skyfire attributes. Privately, Fong Yi thought of his 4th power, the desolation attribute, and decided to keep it hidden, knowing it was wise to always maintain a secret advantage. Outwardly, he gave only a vague confirmation to his teammates' amazed questions. The red-haired leader, still shivering from the oppressive cold, nervously stepped closer to Fong Yi. She confessed that she hadn't yet reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and couldn't sense attributes clearly, but she knew his Yang attribute could help her. Promising to behave, she shyly asked if he could warm her as well. Fong Yi agreed. He placed a hand on her shoulder, sending a wave of warmth through her body that made her yelp in surprise. As she exhaled, a visible puff of steam left her lips, and she sighed in relief. Zhang Xiaoya and another member of Su Qinji's squad looked on in confusion. Seeing how effective it was, Fong Yi kindly extended the same offer to Su Qinji's team. After a brief pause, Su Qinji admitted the warmth was pleasant, and her two enthusiastic subordinates quickly accepted. With a series of quick touches, Fong Yi shared his protective yang energy with all three, each of them expressing their surprise and gratitude for the comforting heat. Their brief reprieve ended abruptly with the sound of heavy, clawed footsteps crunching across the dead earth. Fong Yi's expression hardened as his senses locked onto the threat. He warned the group just moments before a massive, shadowy wolf-like creature lunged out of the mist. Suching reacted instantly, leaping forward and summoning a long blade of blue energy to intercept the attack. The beast landed with a heavy thud just behind the terrified red-haired leader, prompting Fong Yi to shout a warning. Surrounded by a menacing purple and black aura, the monster let out a furious roar and charged. Suching quickly identified it as an A-level threat. Declaring that she would handle it, she stepped up and released a powerful blast of sharp ice energy from her palm. The strike hit directly, but to everyone's shock, the creature vanished on impact. Suching remained on guard, an ice crystal forming in her hand, while Lin Yi wondered aloud if the monster had truly disappeared. Fong Yi, however, saw the truth. His sharp eyes pierced through the mist, revealing that the beast had only been a distraction. The real threat was a massive horde of zombie-like figures with glowing red eyes, silently advancing toward them. He shouted for everyone to watch their feet, but it was already too late. The ground erupted in a wave of shadowy hands and tendrils, ensnaring the group as the zombie horde closed in from all sides. Trapped among the grasping shadows, Fong Yi told his companions to fall back. Drawing his sword, his eyes lit with a brilliant fiery glow. With a single slash, he unleashed an explosive wave of pure fire. The inferno engulfed the horde, their shrieks echoing as their shadowy bodies dissolved into ash. Standing among the fading embers, Fong Yi casually twirled his sword and announced that they were safe. For now. He explained that the horde had only been an illusion, controlled by two hidden monsters. Su Qinji was stunned, realizing the creatures had evolved to the point of mimicking human language. Fong Yi grimly suggested it was likely because they had devoured humans, learning from their victims. The group was shaken by both the deception and Fong Yi's overwhelming display of power. Su Qinji noted that the extreme dark zone was so dangerous it could elevate even the weakest creatures into A-level threats, making them impossible for anyone below the spirit creation realm to face directly. Elsewhere, the mysterious Gaolan observed the battle from afar. She was impressed, acknowledging that Fong Yi had destroyed two A-level phantom beasts with a single strike. Even she admitted that such a feat would have taken her several rounds of combat. Understanding the level of danger they faced, Lin Yi declared that if Su Qinji's warning was true, then sticking together was more important than ever. She reminded everyone that the monsters could disguise themselves and strike when their guard was down. Turning to the red-haired leader, she urged her to stand. But the girl was still shaken, not by the monsters, but by Fong Yi's terrifying aura. She complained that his flames felt more suffocating than the zombies themselves, and that even a touch of his power could have killed her. Before anyone could respond, a deep rumbling rolled across the desolate landscape. Lin Yi asked if the others could hear it too. It sounded like ocean waves. The ground quaked violently, sending the group staggering. In the distance, they saw other pioneer teams fleeing in panic. One man screamed at his comrade to stop fighting and run, shouting that what was coming was pure evil, that they were facing ghosts. Fong Yi, Su Qinji, and Lin Yi looked on with grim expressions as chaos unfolded before them. A massive vortex of pure dark energy, packed with countless monstrous forms and glowing red eyes, swept across the wasteland, devouring everything in its path. The arrogant pioneer and his squad were caught in the middle of the calamity, known as the legendary Dark Tide. As the terrifying dark tide swept across the land, devouring pioneers who screamed for help, one arrogant pioneer scoffed at the chaos. He dismissed the threat entirely, proudly declaring that if the regular troops couldn't handle it, that didn't mean he couldn't. With a defiant roar, he raised his sword and summoned a massive barrier of green energy, proclaiming that everything within its bounds was his to claim. Without hesitation, he charged into the heart of the swirling red and black storm. His confidence shattered instantly. The moment he crossed into the tide, suffocating tendrils of darkness enveloped him. Horror dawned on his face as he realized the monsters within were far more powerful than he'd ever imagined. Far beyond a rank or even S-level threats, terror surged through him. He knew he had to escape, but it was already too late. He and countless other pioneers were consumed by the overwhelming darkness, their screams fading into the deep as they were dragged into oblivion. From a safe distance, Fong Yi's group watched the scene unfold in horror. Their red-haired leader, visibly shaken, wondered if everyone ahead had perished, and whether they had any hope of escape. Lin Yi turned to Suching. "What is that tide?" Suching's voice was grim. She explained that it was the ultimate manifestation of the dark attribute, a tide of pure corruption that devoured everything, including other monsters. Her fear was evident. Their mission had been planned to avoid the day the tide appeared. But somehow it was here, and she feared every pioneer who went ahead was already lost. Linny recalled whispers from the pioneer forums, accounts of the dark tide as a force capable of wiping out entire cities. Terrified, she urged her cousin to retreat while they still had time. But Fong Yi remained calm. "Don't panic," he said firmly, raising his hand. A radiant golden barrier crackling with blue lightning formed around the entire group. He explained that this spiritual shield was a natural counter to the dark attribute. If necessary, they could combine their power to sustain it and survive the tide's onslaught. Suching stared in disbelief. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "This is the concentrated form of the dark attribute. Not even our combined strength can stop it." The spirit creation pioneer was swallowed whole, but Fong Yi was unfazed. Golden flames erupted from his sword, and blue lightning surged from his other hand. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "I'm going to destroy it." Before anyone could stop him, he surged forward, becoming a blazing streak of fire and lightning shooting directly into the massive wave of darkness. His teammates could only watch in stunned silence. Suching could hardly believe it. Is he really planning to destroy the dark tide itself? As he plunged deeper into the storm, his light carved a path through the swirling chaos. At the center of the tide, Fong Yi hovered calm, untouched, shielded by a radiant golden aura as monstrous dark energy churned around him. He looked closely at the small, flame-like wisps of red energy embedded within the storm and smirked, confirming a suspicion he'd held. Floating in the heart of the dark tide, surrounded by a grotesque swarm of multi-eyed, twisted monsters, Fong Yi began to analyze the true nature of the threat. These weren't just rank monsters empowered by darkness. They were something else entirely. Instead, these creatures were upgraded composites, fused and evolved versions of countless lesser monsters. Fong Yi quickly understood that the tide acted as a living incubator, continuously evolving its beasts from B-level to A-level, and eventually to S-level threats. He concluded that the entire phenomenon was at least an SSS-level threat, explaining how it could so effortlessly consume even powerful spirit creation realm pioneers. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him. Fong Yi's eyes blazed with golden fire. With a single powerful slash of his flaming sword, he unleashed his crimson flame blade technique, cleaving through the A-level composite beast with ease. As its body dissolved into smoke, he took a moment to reflect on his growth. The synergy between his spirit creation realm powers and his Skyfire-enhanced sword allowed him to instantly destroy a creature that would have been a serious threat to him before. While scanning the battlefield, something familiar caught his eye. The arrogant pioneer. He was still alive, but barely. The man was being consumed by the dark tide's corruption, his body twitching as he fought a losing battle against the invading energy. Fong Yi noticed that the man remained semi-conscious, meaning his spiritual energy hadn't been completely drained. While his foundation wasn't as stable as Fong Yi's, his status as a true spirit creation realm cultivator gave him a slim chance of survival. Without hesitation, Fong Yi acted. Gathering his divine thunder power, he released a massive surge of purifying lightning, blasting the dark mass that held the man. The energy ripped through the corruption, and the pioneer was flung free, landing hard on the ground, unconscious but no longer infected. Standing over his fallen rival, sword still burning, Fong Yi noted grimly. He could be saved, but just barely. But his moment of victory was short-lived. The darkness around him began to twist and reform. The monsters he had just destroyed were already regenerating before his eyes. From the swirling shadows, a massive multi-eyed creature emerged, pieced together from fragments of the fallen. Fong Yi realized, with grim certainty, that the tide had the ability to endlessly recreate its minions. This regeneration, limitless and near-instant, had to be a special trait of monsters beyond the S level. Possibly something even worse. Facing an infinite horde, Fong Yi decided it was time for a bold, far more dangerous move. With a smirk, he made his decision. He deactivated his spiritual energy shield, leaving himself completely vulnerable to the overwhelming force of the tide. The dark energy surged toward him immediately, flooding his senses with chaos. In that moment, his system activated, analyzing the extreme dark attribute. But it failed. The system reported that the attribute's energy was too unique, too advanced, and could not be absorbed at this time. Fong Yi frowned, but he wasn't surprised. Even at the spirit creation realm, the dark attribute remained untouchable. It was fundamentally different from anything he'd encountered before. More complex, more alien. Still, a determined smile crossed his face. If he couldn't destroy the tide or absorb its power, he would have to find another way to counter it. As the tide began to close in once more, he briefly regretted leaving behind the desolation flower. His little white flower. Its life-draining power might have been the perfect weapon in this situation. He considered his remaining options carefully. Then it hit him. His eyes lit up with sudden clarity. He already had the solution, right in front of him. Outside the tide, the rest of his team watched anxiously from the safety of the golden lightning barrier. The red-haired leader, still visibly shaken, turned to Suching. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" he asked. But Suching could only shake her head. "Never." Suddenly, the chaotic swirling of the dark tide ceased. Its violent energy became eerily still, pressing silently against their protective barrier. The unnatural calm only deepened the tension in the air. Linny trembled, her voice barely above a whisper. "Even when we faced the desolation vine, I wasn't this scared." She was consumed with worry for her cousin, terrified of what might be happening to him within the heart of the tide. Suching stepped forward, placing her hands over Lin Yi's. "Look," she said softly, pointing to the flickering glow in the distance. "His barrier is still active." She met Lin Yi's eyes. "We should focus our energy and strengthen the shield from here. If someone like Fong Yi were to fall, let's be honest, there'd be no hope for the rest of us anyway." There was no fear in her voice, only firm, grounded logic. Still holding Lin Yi's hands, she continued in a steadier tone. "Fong Yi is a spirit creation realm cultivator. He controls multiple powerful attributes. Honestly, I suspect his true strength is even greater than what we've seen." She gave a small, encouraging smile. "We're not strong enough to rescue someone on his level. That's not our job." Despite the gravity of her words, there was a surprising warmth in her tone, even a touch of humor. Lin Yi let out a nervous laugh, finally releasing a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Thank you, Suing." Suing grinned. "My teammates always tell me I'm too serious. Do you feel a bit better now?" Before Lin Yi could respond, the oppressive silence shattered. A massive pillar of pure fire erupted from within the dark tide, blasting back the encroaching darkness with explosive force. From the inferno's heart, Fong Yi emerged, his body glowing with blazing blue and golden energy. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the 9 dragons skyfire sealing art. Outside the tide, his team stared in stunned awe. There! Look! The red-haired leader shouted, pointing toward the burning sky. Lin Yi gasped. Suching's mouth hung open as she tried to process the overwhelming scale of the power on display. 9 colossal dragons, formed of roaring fire, soared through the air. They danced in unison, their combined radiance forcing back the darkness entirely. Elsewhere, in a hidden monitoring station, the enigmatic Golan stumbled back under the crushing weight of the spiritual pressure. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That's the Skyfire attribute, she whispered. And that technique, it's a sealing art. She stared at the phenomenon in front of her as the 9 flaming dragons converged, compressing the entirety of the city-destroying dark tide into a single unstable sphere of burning energy. Had he really managed to seal the entire event? But Fong Yi wasn't finished. Drawing power into both hands, he summoned divine thunder. A massive vortex of crackling blue energy surged around the fiery orb. With a thunderous roar, he invoked the name of his combined technique. 9 Dragons' Edict. The immense forces of fire and thunder collided, triggering a colossal explosion that shook the very foundations of the extreme dark zone. With a final, commanding cry, "Seal!" Fong Yi brought his hands together. The swirling chaos collapsed in on itself. The vortex of fire and lightning condensed, stabilizing into a small, brilliantly glowing orb of perfectly contained, pulsating power. A tear. Suching approached Fong Yi and asked why he didn't seem pleased after sealing such a powerful dark attribute. Despite her composed tone, she was inwardly amazed. He had truly kept his word. He destroyed the dark tide. In her eyes, he was an incredible person. Fong Yi turned to the group and spoke calmly but firmly. The seal was only temporary, he said, and the dark attribute energy in the area was still dangerously strong. They needed to move quickly and find the sure flower before the seal wore off. Suching nodded in understanding. She confirmed her team would take the unconscious man back to the association for treatment. Her teammates lifted the fallen pioneer onto their shoulders and began preparing to depart. The group paused at a cliff overlooking the desolate landscape. Suching scanned the horizon and realized, with quiet grief, that none of the other pioneers had made it back. Not even a trace remained. She could only conclude they'd all been consumed by the dark attribute. The red-haired leader stared into the distance, mourning how people who had been alive just minutes ago were now completely gone. Fong Yi remained silent but thought to himself, "Maybe I'm cold-blooded, but I'm relieved I didn't have to watch them die." As they approached a dark, ominous pool, Fong Yi stepped forward and took command. He told Lin Yi and the others to continue on with Suching's team, explaining that this pool was now the most dangerous thing left in the area, and he would stay behind to ensure it posed no threat. The group hesitated but agreed, then moved on. Now alone on a rocky ledge, Fong Yi stood watching the still pool when a system window appeared before him. System alert. Strong fluctuation of dark attribute detected. A vortex of black and purple energy erupted from the ground around him, swirling violently. Detection confirmed. Activating ultimate computation to generate new technique. Fong Yi was lifted into the air, arms stretched wide, as massive pillars of dark energy rose and surrounded him. The system continued. Technique creation successful. His eyes snapped open, now glowing with a deep, menacing purple light, brimming with the essence of newly mastered power. Another window appeared. New technique acquired. Limitless dark world. The system explained that this ability created a sealed domain filled with dark mist, where spiritual energy would be drastically weakened and enemy regeneration slowed to a crawl. Fong Yi absorbed this information, recognizing the immense strategic value. In this domain, enemies would weaken faster while his own power remained intact. He pictured himself standing above a sea of outstretched hands, as his enemies collapsed beneath the weight of their failing energy. If he combined this new effect with his other powerful attributes, he realized he could become even more formidable. Confidently, he concluded that even if something stronger than the dark tide appeared, he would be able to destroy it. As the last of the purple energy settled into the ground, Suching returned, still in disbelief. She looked at him, her expression filled with shock. "Fong Yi, do you feel it?" she asked, eyes wide. "The dark mist. It's reforming around us." She stared at the air, sensing the immense spiritual pressure still hanging there. Her thoughts raced. There had been no sign of a breakthrough, no shift in the heavens, no great tremor of energy. Then the realization struck her. He hadn't just sealed the S-class dark tide. He had absorbed its power. Suching found the very idea ridiculous, unbelievable. In the early days of the spiritual revival, every pioneer knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying power of all. Born from the collective negative emotions and deep-rooted evil of living beings, it was widely feared and strictly forbidden by the government. A flashback shows a failed government experiment in which researchers attempted to purify the dark attribute. It ended in disaster. The backlash claimed several lives and led to the classification of the dark attribute as a uniquely dangerous monster-type energy. Dark monsters could range in power from D to S-class, but even the weakest among them could overpower early-stage pioneers. And the dark tide, an absolute S-class threat, could consume even spirit creation realm cultivators with ease. Another flashback reveals the grim fate of a well-known 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer who, before the ban, attempted to absorb energy from a mere Seal-class dark monster. The result was horrific. His skin began to decay, and his mind fractured. He now resides in a psychiatric hospital, broken beyond repair. Back in the present, the chaotic energy swirling around Fong Yi slowly faded, receding into his body. He exhaled quietly, then spoke into the silent, mist-covered landscape. "Whoever's been watching us all this time," he said calmly, "you can come out now." His red eyes scanned the fog with sharp precision. From the mist, Yahello stepped forward. Her appearance stunned Suching, who gasped her name in disbelief. Yahello floated down and landed lightly in front of Fong Yi. "If I'm not mistaken," she said, "you're the one who sealed the dark tide by yourself." Fong Yi didn't answer. He just looked at her. Yahello narrowed her eyes. "What were you doing just now?" "Absorbing the dark attribute." "I was," Fong Yi replied calmly. His answer sent another wave of shock through Suching. Without hesitation, Yahello drew a pistol and aimed it directly at Fong Yi's head. The red-haired leader shouted, "Yahello, what are you doing?" Lin Yi froze in fear, wide-eyed and silent. But before anyone else could react, Suching moved. She stepped in front of Fong Yi and raised her arm, placing herself between him and the gun. With a fierce glare, she confronted Yahello. "If I remember correctly, Fong Yi is the military's top recruitment target," she said coldly. "And wasn't it the association that first tried to recruit him, before the military got involved?" Her voice grew sharper. "So what is the meaning of this? Why are you aiming a gun at someone both organizations want alive?" Yahello said nothing, her finger still on the trigger. The gun's barrel glinted under the faint light. Fong Yi calmly placed a hand on Suching's shoulder and spoke directly to Yahello. "Isn't our mission to find the Shurei flower?" he asked. "You seem eager to complete it, but also disappointed we survived." Yahello didn't answer. Her expression remained unreadable, her gun still aimed at him. But the red-haired leader wasn't as composed. She snapped. "We trusted you, Yahello," she shouted. "Why didn't you step in when we were being overwhelmed by the dark tide?" She pointed toward Lin Yi. "She's just a kid. Without Fong Yi, we would have died back there." Anger flared in her voice. "And now you show up, after doing nothing, and aim your weapon at the person who saved us?" Yahello suddenly lowered the pistol. A smirk appeared on her face. "It was just a joke," she said casually. "Fong Yi seems to be quite popular with his teammates." Yahello suddenly smiled and congratulated Fong Yi, announcing that he had passed the test. The abrupt shift in her tone left the red-haired leader and Suching completely confused. But Fong Yi understood immediately. "It was a test," he said flatly. "That's what this was about, wasn't it?" Yahello nodded, confirming his suspicion. She explained that because of his extraordinary talent and strength, she hadn't wanted to rely on impersonal data or reports. She needed to see for herself what kind of person he truly was. She then addressed the red-haired leader's earlier accusation. Jalen said she hadn't stepped in during the battle because pioneers must learn to survive under the harsh, unforgiving rules of this new world. That was their shared fate now, where fortune and disaster could change in a moment. However, she added they were lucky. They had someone trustworthy and powerful on their side. Jalen asked if they'd noticed how no monsters had dared to approach them since the dark tide was sealed. That was no coincidence. The beasts feared the overwhelming strength Fong Yi had displayed. Fong Yi's gaze was grim as he agreed. That's how the dark tide works too. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. With the test now over, Jalen offered to guide them to the Shurei flower, stating that she knew the area better than any of them. As the group began to follow, Suchinging walked beside Fong Yi and whispered quietly, "I think there's something wrong with her mentally." She hesitated, then revealed what she knew. Jalen's squad. They encountered the dark tide once before. She was the only one who survived. Fong Yi processed her words carefully. He pieced together a clearer understanding of Jalen's psyche. Her strict obedience to rules and missions had turned into emotional detachment. The trauma of losing her entire team had left a scar, possibly even a self-destructive tendency. But he also saw that something else kept her going, some belief or purpose she clung to. Her moment of instability earlier had only been a temporary break caused by witnessing him seal the tide. With this new insight, Fong Yi gave a small, understanding smile. "She's injured," he told the others gently. "Let's all be considerate." The red-haired leader blinked in surprise. "She's injured." Fong Yi nodded, his eyes narrowing as he studied Jalen. "Her spiritual barrier is heavily damaged. From what I can sense, she's a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator. But her protective aura has dropped by at least 2 levels. A visual flicker of her unstable spiritual energy confirmed his assessment. The damage was real and severe. As they watched, Jalen stumbled slightly while walking, barely catching herself. Seeing their concern, she glanced back and offered a quiet thank you, but quickly dismissed their worries. "It's nothing. I can manage." Under Jalen's lead, the group continued through a desolate, mist-covered landscape. Dead trees and the bones of fallen beasts surrounded them. The area was known as the chaotic burial mounds. As they walked, Fong Yi's sharp senses picked up something unusual. In the dirt, he spotted the half-buried skeleton of a fallen pioneer, an ominous reminder of the area's dangers. Finally, Jalen stopped. "We're here." Before them, in a small clearing, stood a single glowing flower. Its petals shimmered with a soft, ethereal purple light, the Shurei flower. But as Jalen stepped forward, Fong Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Something was wrong. He watched her carefully, sensing an unnatural energy surrounding the area. His instincts were confirmed when shadowy monsters burst from the ground. Eyes glowing red, fangs bared, circling the flower like guardians. But Jalen didn't stop. Her face darkened, expression twisted in obsession. She reached out toward the flower, whispering, "I can finally see it again." She moved like she was in a trance, completely unaware of the monsters, or perhaps uncaring. Fong Yi's eyes widened, alarm flashing across his face. She wasn't in her right mind. Acting immediately, he summoned a sphere of golden red flame into his palm and shouted a command meant to awaken her spirit. Then he hurled the fireball toward Jalen, aimed not to harm, but to snap her out of whatever had taken hold of her. The fireball hurtles toward Gaolan, snapping her out of her trance at the last moment. She instantly recognizes it as a rare and powerful Yang attribute attack. With surprising speed, she deflects the blast with her arm, triggering a shockwave that ripples through the air. Now fully alert, Gaolan faces Fong Yi in tense silence, golden energy crackling around his hand. The sight of the Shizai flower had unearthed a painful memory, and ghostly images of her fallen comrades flash through her mind. Doubt creeps in. Had all her preparations still not been enough? Seeing that she has regained her senses, Lin Yi and Such Ching rush to her side. Lin Yi asks if she's all right, while Such Ching wisely observes that Gaolan is being heavily affected by the dark attribute. She suggests they should all stay together for safety. Ignoring them, Fong Yi steps forward confidently. He declares that for the Shizai flower, it's enough if he goes alone. Resolving to handle the situation himself, he walks calmly through the misty, empty clearing toward the glowing flower. Suddenly, the ground trembles. A monstrous, wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes bursts from the earth. Its gaping maw reveals a swirling storm of screaming faces and dark red energy as it roars with hunger. Unshaken, Fong Yi summons crackling blue energy to his fingertips. He utters a single word, Divine Thunder. In an instant, massive bolts of lightning tear through the beast's body. It howls in agony, its form writhing with electricity, but it doesn't fall. Fong Yi studies it closely, realizing this fox demon must have consumed countless other monsters to evolve so grotesquely. He recognizes it as yet another S-class anomaly. With the seal on the dark tide weakening and time running out, he knows he must end this quickly. A confident smirk forms on his face. If it won't die easily, he'll use it as a test subject for his new power. He gathers a swirling mass of dark purple energy into his hand, the terrifying power of the dark attribute. With a calm, assured expression, he unleashes his latest technique, Limitless Dark World. A massive storm of purple energy erupts around the stunned creature, forming a hardened sphere that traps both of them inside. Within this new reality, shadowy tendrils lash out from all directions, wrapping tightly around the beast. It thrashes and whimpers in pain as its massive form begins to shrink, crushed under the immense pressure of Fong Yi's domain. A system window flashes into view confirmation. Under the influence of the Limitless Dark World, the S-class anomaly has been forcibly downgraded by 2 full levels, reducing it to a B-class threat. Standing over the weakened creature, Fong Yi notes that its rapid downgrade means its foundation was weak to begin with. Now manageable, he ignites his sword in a blaze of golden-red fire. With calm finality, he declares the fight over, and delivers a single, devastating slash that incinerates the beast in a fiery explosion. Outside the sphere, Such Ching-ing and Lin Yi watch the enormous orb of dark energy. Such Ching-ing tilts her head, puzzled. Though clearly dark attribute, it feels different. Lin Yi nods in agreement. There's no sign of the usual coldness or corruption she'd expect. It doesn't feel disgusting, it feels strangely clean. Jalen offers an explanation. She states that what they're witnessing is Fong Yi's personal domain, a space he created entirely on his own after mastering the dark attribute without any guidance or teacher. Internally, Jalen reflects on the immense significance of such a feat. She explains that creating a domain is an extraordinarily rare and difficult ability. Until now, the only person she had ever known capable of forming a spatial domain through spiritual power was her teacher. In her estimation, beyond him, there are perhaps only 3 other people in the world who possess this skill. A painful memory resurfaces, a vision of a massive, city-wide catastrophe. She recalls how her teacher had attempted to use his domain to halt the disaster, but ultimately failed. Before she can dwell on it further, the large purple sphere vanishes, revealing Fong Yi standing alone in the clearing. Gaolan and Such Ching-ing stare in astonishment, shocked at how quickly he ended the battle. With a casual wave and a reassuring smile, Fong Yi announces that the chaotic burial mounds should now be free from any more threats. With the area secured, he walks calmly toward the glowing Shizai flower. Kneeling, he carefully cups his hands around it, gently lifting the plant from the ground with its roots intact. Examining the radiant bloom, he concludes that this should be enough to complete their mission. Gaolan watches him with a tense, uncertain expression as the mission reaches its critical moment. Fong Yi returns to the group and hands the flower to Gaolan, who remarks on how small it is. He nods, confirming the mission's completion and urging them to leave immediately. He warns that the sealed dark tide is unlike ordinary monsters. It could resurface at any moment. He also reminds them that they still have to deal with the unconscious, arrogant pioneer and his team. Gaolan's anxiety fades, replaced by genuine gratitude. Cradling the glowing flower, she thanks Fong Yi sincerely, admitting that his overwhelming strength was the only reason they succeeded. She also thanks the rest of the group and announces it's time to leave. As the others begin walking away, Gaolan lingers. She turns back to Fong Yi and thanks him once more. Then, she reveals the true importance of their mission. She explains that Elder Wu, the Sea Nation's only Jingong realm pioneer, is on the verge of death. The Shizai flower is the only medicine capable of saving him. With a quiet, grateful smile, she tells Fong Yi that he has just saved the life of the nation's most powerful protector. Fong Yi listens closely, his expression thoughtful as he absorbs the weight of this revelation. He quietly repeats the name of the legendary Jingong realm to himself, lost in thought. As the group finally steps through the dark portal out of the extreme dark zone, they are greeted by a sky streaked with swirling red clouds. The red-haired leader throws her fists into the air, shouting with relief that they've finally made it out alive. Lin Yi echoes her, simply grateful to see daylight again. Their return is met with loud cheers from a crowd of officials who had been waiting anxiously. They celebrate the successful retrieval of the Shizai flower, admitting they hadn't quite believed it possible when Jalen first informed them. As the group walks down the path cleared by the cheering crowd, the red-haired leader looks around, surprised by how many people have gathered. As the group makes their way through the cheering crowd, someone wonders aloud who the person was that actually managed to retrieve the flower. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression shifts. She spotted something up ahead. Parked directly in their path is a massive, heavily armored military vehicle, flanked on both sides by elite soldiers in formation. The red-haired leader's eyes widen in recognition. Emblazoned on the vehicle is the symbol of the legendary Star God War Zone, the most powerful and renowned military force in the entire Xia nation. A wave of realization and embarrassment washes over her as it dawns on her. Gaolan is a member of this elite unit. She immediately regrets yelling at her earlier. The Star God War Zone is officially ranked as the #1 military district in the nation. Since the revival of spiritual energy, their strategic advantages have allowed them to claim the richest, most dangerous forbidden zones, transforming them into high-level cultivation grounds. As the group approaches, an official steps forward and carefully hands over the Shizai flower, now sealed inside a glowing blue containment capsule, to a high-ranking officer. That officer is revealed to be Major Han Li. He accepts the container with a small, satisfied smile. Then, in a stunning and unexpected show of respect, Major Han Li and his entire squad snap to attention, delivering a sharp, formal salute directly to Fong Yi, a gesture that visibly surprises him. Turning to Gaolan, Major Han Li assures her that he will personally deliver the flower to the hospital and that she can rest easy. Gaolan nods and replies that she will follow shortly. With its precious cargo secured, the armored vehicle speeds off into the distance. With the crisis now resolved, Gaolan turns to face Fong Yi. He looks at her and asks plainly, "Are you with the Star God War Zone?" She confirms that she is, then adds with a slight smile that word of his incredible strength has already spread throughout her entire military district. With a confident, knowing expression, she tells him that it won't be long before he becomes a well-known and important figure. Continuing the conversation, Gaolan candidly admits that Fong Yi's personal strength is powerful enough to overwhelm even the most elite squads in her war zone. She then makes a formal recruitment offer, recognizing his seemingly limitless potential. She invites him to join the Star God War Zone, promising access to the nation's best cultivation resources. She also assures him that the rewards for the mission, for both his team and such Qingying squad, will be delivered soon. Fong Yi listens with a slight smile, but there's a thoughtful glint in his eyes. He's clearly weighing his options. Then Gaolan's tone shifts. It grows sharper, more serious, as she begins to explain the true gravity of the situation. She tells Fong Yi that in this rapidly changing world, the nation's most urgent concern is the escalating threat of dark attribute anomalies. A vision flashes through Fong Yi's mind. An entire city swallowed by a swirling, malevolent storm of purple and black energy, perfectly illustrating her point. Gaolan warns that these anomalies are appearing at an alarming rate, and the influence of the dark zones is expanding like a deadly tumor, capable of unleashing catastrophic consequences without warning. Because of this looming danger, she explains, they've had no choice but to establish forbidden zones and have organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association guard them with utmost vigilance. She pauses and clarifies. She's not sharing this information to pressure him into joining. Instead, she believes that someone of his strength and caliber deserves to know the truth of the world's situation. Recognizing her sincerity, Fong Yi's smile returns. He gives a slight nod and assures her that he understands. If he ever encounters dark anomalies again, he won't stand by and do nothing. She can rest easy on that point, he says calmly. At his promise, Gaolan's stern, battle-worn expression finally softens into something more human. A genuine, relieved smile. Formally introducing herself, she says it's a pleasure to meet him and hands him a small black token. Fong Yi takes it and turns it over in his hand. It's a black tablet, etched with a dragon symbol and the bold characters, Star God War Zone. Gaolan explains that this token will grant him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for his cultivation. More than that, it is a standing invitation. The gates of the Star God War Zone will always be open to him. Before turning to leave, she makes one final request, one filled with quiet urgency. She asks if he would like to come with her to see Elder Wu.